み。コナミ。コナミ。コナミ。コナミ。コナミ。 Konami. Konami.
And we are back with the more contents from Duelist Cup 2023 live here at Singapore. We are in Swiss 3 or round 3 we call it. And would you introduce the player?
Alright, so we are currently almost midway into the tournament.
Yes.
So on our left we will have O'Brien Gifari from Indonesia. So this is the very first time we have a player from Indonesia joining us in the
major
Asia tournament.
Yes,
Yeah. So
we never have an Indonesian player
Correct.
before, I believe.
yeah. So
And the other side, we have
on the right we have Sung Pokman from Hong Kong.
our Hong
So-
Kong player.
Yeah.
And for O'Brien Gifari, he won the Duelist Cup 2023
Indonesia.
in Indonesia. So,
I believe that is the very first major official tournament in Indonesia as well.
yes, this is the
So-
first time they ever have a official major tournament in Indonesia,
Correct.
from
So-
I heard.
Yeah, it's quite exciting that for their very first tournament, they get to send a representative out.
Yes. Of course, this motivates the players even more because they never had one, and now they have the chance to see the worlds, and the world's gonna notice them.
Yeah, actually, even before Indonesia joined us, so they actually have a very vibrant scene. So we have seen many Indonesian players that traveled over to YOTs to join us in tournaments. So some of you might have played them if you have played in the YOTs. So yeah,
And now we are
starting. The players
we are
have started rolling the dice.
This player has rolled the dice, and of course, I think we missed out who go first.
That's all right. We can see
We can see.
which player is going to make the first move. Alright, seems like O'Brien has the first move.
Yes. O'Brien going first, of course. And I'm surprised that Pokman didn't even pick up his card. Or we see the shifter during the standby
Right, he picks out
phase.
his card and see whether there's a response for him.
Yes, it shifters during the standby phase.
No response.
No response. Of course, the shifter's gonna have the lingering effect until the end of next turns.
O'Brien has no play other than the shifter. That's a terrible opening play.
I would say.
And now that we've seen that Pokman is playing Vanquish, so
Yes, if we
So-
see the Rasen is coming out in play, it's gonna search a crystal monster other than itself, basically itself, because it can't search for warrior, I believe. Yes, cannot be searched for himself, so he's gonna search for Dr. Madlove, which is another, I would say, searcher of the decks. He search for spell traps instead.
This is the ideal opening that Pokemon wants. So the Vanquish Soul deck relies heavily on Ryzen to start their play, which is why they run many cards to search for it, such as Reinforcement of the Army and even the Infernal Noble Knights equipment card.
And yes, if you count small worlds, and you have a lot of ways to get Rasen out of your decks. And Pokemon choose to come up with the Bogger and gonna burn for 1500 life points. And we see the
follows into Caesar Valus.
And Drewsworm is coming out together with the Vanquish Soul boss monster. Here it's gonna do, including the 1500 damage of burn, he's gonna have 1000 life point left. That is almost game if he had the right stuff.
I think he is game. He's just waiting for the right moment to play his Heavy Bogger.
Yes, play the Heavy Bogger again and then burn.
Yep, here he comes.
Here it comes. Heavy Bogger is gonna resolve the duality. And we see.
And now we know O'Brien's playing Florunderis.
Florunderis. We see the Quick Spell, Empen, and he's gonna have the Impermanence.
Yep.
Interesting timing to have the Impermanent at this kind of situations.
I don't think it's gonna help him though, since
he
has to play Impermanent first. And when he do that, Pokemon is gonna respond.
He's gonna respond.
So yeah.
It's kind of tricky situation in this moment. He's thinking hard about it after adding the Impermanence.
Alright, O'Brien's asking about the effect of Heavy Bogger.
You want to make sure that what attribute he has to review from the hand in order to. So he has to review Earth and Fire.
Alright, we know there's a.
We know there's a Fire at the hand, which is Rasen, and the Earth, which is the Vanquish Soul.
Caesar Valus.
Yes, Caesar Valus been in the hand.
So yeah.
Which is he reviewed just now.
He just has. Pokemon has the finishing move. He's just waiting for O'Brien to play a card so that will block his Impermanence. And here he comes.
And we see Detective Trust.
Pokemon responds immediately. And then it's game.
And then it's game. And Pokemon,
fast game one.
Yes, Pokemon quickly pick up his card, knowing that he had the game right on his tip. The shifter really almost did nothing other than it's preventing VS from being linked away just now. Just that's all it does.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that he matched up against Vanquish Soul, and basically since this is game one, there's no way to know that what deck his opponent is playing. So you definitely have to throw the shifter in case the opponent is playing
decks like the previous two matches.
Correct.
It will be a different outcome.
And while shifter does affect Vanquish Souls a little bit, but they could try to play around it, so shifter is definitely not the card you want in this matchup.
Yes, but you probably side it out, or he can choose to keep it, but that would be an interesting choice for keeping the shifters in the graveyards. Since if you banish your Florunderis cards and you can use the toucan to add it back, since it's add the Florunderis card from banish pile, might be an interesting choice.
Alright, before continuing the match, we would like to remind the audience here that we'll be having a lucky draw on the stream later on. So do stay tuned for the lucky draw. And be reminded that lucky draw is taking place on YouTube. So if you are watching from TikTok, you would have to switch over to YouTube to leave a comment to participate in the lucky draw. Sorry?
那个 lucky draw 也是
No, I haven't started yet. It's announced because we didn't do it at the start.
yes.
I think the players will be taking a little bit longer to side for this matchup because both of them are rather unique decks that deviates from the standard siding strategy. So for example, Flonderis doesn't actually do special summon, so the obvious choice is to take out all your Maxi.
Yes, but Maxi is an interesting choice to keep for the Vanquish. So if you want to review a Earth monster from your hand,
yeah. So yeah, I mean that might make it hard for Portman because if he takes out too many attributes, he might not have the attribute that he wants at the right timing.
yes, of course, that's just the tricky part of the Vanquish Soul deck. You want to have monsters that is the correct attribute at your hand, or rather say the correct timing to use and review as well. And for Flunderies, mostly I would say Flunderies is the deck that you rely on your first normal summons, and if it goes off, you get mostly the things going on, and also the banish part is your second hand, since their small monsters or can return to their hand whenever you normal summon something from your hand, which is kind of recursion that the deck wants. You want to keep your things going, you want to circle everything you want. And you can play a lot of the powerful spell like Pot of Duality, Pot of Extravagance, and also Pot of Prosperity. There's just a lot of digging in your decks. And now we're going to game 2, and O'Brien's gonna choose to go first. And of course, as usual, Pongman chooses not to look at his hand first.
Oh, this might be his play style. He tried to keep his mind clear until it's time to until his opponent plays his first card.
Yes, a very interesting style. Of course, everyone's play style is different. And we see set card from O'Brien. It is an interesting choice.
It has no effect. I believe this is his token.
This is token. When normal summon, you can add a Flunder's card from banish to your hand.
Yeah.
Pongman immediately acknowledge. For the rest of the turn, monster effect is negated.
Yes, it's instant Featherstorm.
This is like, I would say, the VFD but trap card version and negated part. You can activate it, but there's nothing happen.
That would have been a powerful play if O'Brien could had a decent opening hand, but as we can see, he had no plays. He was forced to summon the token just to be able to activate the Harpy Featherstorm.
Yes, but also the Featherstorm is force Pokemon to pass the turn because you can't activate any monster effects.
Yeah.
And also
so O'Brien finally draws into Robina, so that will start his play. But Portman could play on his opponent's turn. That's the fun thing about Vanquish, so
Yes, of course. And he chose to bounce the Robina back to the hand, and of course all the Flundery small monsters are banished when they are least a few, so even if it bounced back to the hand, it is being banished instead. And the Eaglin is coming out, searched by the effects of Robina, and Ash is gonna...
Oh,
and we have...
yeah.
that is something right there. Ash is being chained, and of course it responds with the call by, and the Ghost Bell is being respond as well. So Ash is gonna resolve, and the Ghost Bell is gonna prevent the call by to grave to banish the Ash.
I believe that will stop O'Brien's play for the turn, and Pokemon goes into Heavy Burger.
And of course to draw a card by reviewing
Correct.
the Dr. Matlove he just
Yeah.
reviewed.
He used up quite a number of hand traps, so he's down on monsters' attributes in his hand. But hopefully, Heavy Burger will be able to reload his hand.
Yes, of course, Heavy Burger being the extra draw of the turns as long as you have a dark attribute monsters. Or the Cosmic Cyclone is the set, one of the set cards.
Yeah.
So, and banish another Feather Storm that is...
Yeah. So now Pokemon is free to play for his turn. So
I believe if that Feather Dust Storm is not being removed, it will be another Force Pass turn for Pokemon as well.
but lucky for him, he has the Cosmic Cyclone.
Yes, the Cosmics, of course. And we
Oh.
see Small World being played. He has
Re-
Lockbird.
Revealing the Lockbird, so Lockbird will be able to lock O'Brien for the next turn, but it seems like that's not his
Yeah.
intention.
Yes,
he's
it's not-
going for games this
Yeah,
turn.
it's not necessary to keep the Lockbird for
Yes.
next turn. So it's gonna make a breach and search into Rasen.
Yep. And as mentioned earlier, Ryzen is a starter of this deck.
Yes,
It's gonna bring out all his plays.
basically the hard and soft of the deck is down to one card, which is Rasen. And Pokemon still thinking about it. He don't want to be reckless.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things to consider. So you have to consider the number of attributes you have to keep in hand. So
Yes, and also you have to remind of O'Brien still have two hands, which is only set down the Feather Dust Storm, so his hands are potentially hand traps, and you want to be aware of that, because if too reckless, you don't have the monster like Heavy Burger to switch target, you will lose to hand traps. And we have one more set card on the Pokemon side.
alright, Pokemon pick out a pen and paper. Seems like he's doing some calculations.
Yes, he wanted to
Make sure that he has.
make sure he didn't
Yes.
play any miscalculation. That would be crucial, of course.
This might be a little bit tricky. I believe beside Ryzen, the other card in his hand is Dr. Matlove.
Yes, he still have
Right.
the Dr. Matlove at his hand.
So that's Fire and Dark, which is not the correct attribute to activate Heavy Burger's effect if you're going for the burn damage.
Yes, of course. So you can't go for it, or you can use Rasen to search whichever attribute you wanted in order to fulfill Heavy Burger's effect.
No, then you wouldn't have a fire in hand anymore.
Yes,
for
you-
Ryzen, so
Yes,
yeah, so
that would be crucial.
so he might not be able to squeeze out the 1005 damage, and he's trying to find perhaps another way to do so.
He's thinking hard about it. So he
Right.
chose to summon the Rasen. He's gonna search for another Vanquisher monster.
Caesar Valus,
Yes, he's gonna
the
search for
trump card of this deck.
Yes, the one of the Earth monster of the decks. I would say one of the Earth monster that has the highest attack, and of course, the able to have the effect to pop a card non-target. So you're gonna review the...
Right, he chose to
Draw.
reveal Dark to draw a card.
Yeah, you don't go for burn damage, so
Right.
since he might not have the correct attribute to do so. So he choose to use the effect of Rasen to reveal 2 attribute and destroy the monster in the same column as this.
Correct.
So the continue is gonna activate, summon back the Rasen, and now Caesar Veles is coming down.
Everything goes in for a direct damage, and O'Brien is left with 600.
Palma is really doing everything he can in order to push for damage.
A second Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yes, he chose to link another one. Maybe he wanted the Caesar Veles to be added back to the hand instead, so no one need to keep it in the field. Which is an interesting choice. Since you only use the rock effects once per turn, so you either add back from the graveyard or you special from the hand. So
I think that's what he needed for Heavy Burger. So he already has a Ryzen in hand, which is fire.
So you need the earth.
Correct, and that is the Caesar Veles.
Yes. So all he needs is just use the effects to add back Caesar Veles, and he really want to close up the game fast.
Alright.
So in resolve, Toucan's gonna add back the Eaglin.
Heavy Burger, burn for 1005.
And that's game. A very aggressive play from Popman as well, using the heavily utilizing the effects of Heavy Burger to burn for damage, and then just go for games. We noticed that he didn't really want to drag as much, because the longer he dragged, the more resources he might have in the hand.
So yes. Let's welcome
Popman
to the
Popman. 可以啊，没问题，没问题。刚刚的那一场比赛，我看你的很急的是想结束游戏吧？因为看
你说是第一把还是第二把？
第一把吧，看很
因为当我第一把我看到对面是丢次元吸引者的时候，我大概猜他应该是修女之类的派组。我想说，因为他卡牌嘛，这个很明显就是，我想说，我怕他下一回抽到动点，而且我手牌很好，我应该是可以这个回合就可以结束这个游戏。
所以就想趁有机会就快点解决。
对，因为我不想给对面有机会可以反打我的机会。因为我算过就是应该是刚刚好可以打死他。
刚刚好的。
对，就真的是刚刚好。
So according to Popman, he was in game 1 he was trying to go for game because opponents didn't open anything. He opened shifters. He's afraid that it might be Exorcisters or any grave decks that he might lose against. So he see his opening hands has the exact amount to go for game, so he just push for it. So he don't want to waste other time. So 第二局也是一样吗？第二局
是我知道他已经是随风鸟，然后他通招一个盖了一张后台，我大概猜的就是那个我不能开怪兽效果的后台，所以我也没做出什么对应。就我看我手牌，就我习惯就是起手5张我是放着，因为我不太喜欢先看。然后我看完我5张手牌，我想说我手牌很好，应该可以再打一个回合。然后我在计算的时候，我在想说就应该是差不多可以杀了。
差不多了。
对，因为刚好就抽到那个微小世界。
微小世界是你的第6抽。
对，下第2个回合的下一个
抽就看到了。
对，本来是没有想说杀他的。对。
是想说有了就别拖了。
对。
For game 2, he mentioned that his playstyle, yes, like we mentioned with Jason before, he don't like to look at his hand when he's opening 5, so he just put it there, and then when his moment to look at it, he will just look, and then he realized that he can go for game and burn for damage with Heavy Burger. Of course, he's gonna do the exact same thing, and yeah, that's it for the
Alright. 所以这是第3局了，对不对？
对。
所以前2局你对了哪些卡组？
我对了一个 DDD， 就是60的 DGS。然后一个是异世坏，就猪类。
就是2个都是墓地类的卡组。
对，就我的牌组都不是太好打的。
对，所以那你会怎么获胜？
都是运气好，能走到这边都是运气好。
好。So since this is the round 3 of the tournament, so in his earlier 2 rounds, he matched against Earth Good Stuff deck, and as well as Terra Laments. So he mentioned that these 2 graveyard based decks are actually very bad matchup for him. But he's been very lucky that he was able to win both of those matches. So I guess that's all we have for you today. So good luck for the rest of the match.
OK, thank you.
All right, thank you.
接下来祝你好运，希望你继续的努力吧。
谢谢。
好 guys.
We'll be having a lunch break after this. So it'll be a longer break. So do stay tuned, and round 4 will start right after the lunch break. Thank you.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过1次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢。对，那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢。对，因为我非常想去世界赛1次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
My name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。So 这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。So 这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年，So 非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。So 非常高兴啦，可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常的荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望啦。虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说这是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obren Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢，对。那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来，那对我来说这次比赛来一定要赢，对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
My name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited. And confident.
Duelist Cup.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说这是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obren Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢。对，那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢。对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。So 这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。So 这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年，So 非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。So 非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家，也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望啦。虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obrain Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢。对，那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢。对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited, and confident.
Duelist Cup!
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年，非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常的荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家，也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望了，虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obren Gifari. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢，对。那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来，那对我来说这次比赛来一定要赢，对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
Duelist Cup.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。非常高兴呢，可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家，也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望了，虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obren Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个 跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢，对。那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢，对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年，非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常的荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家，也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望啦。虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说这是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obrén Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢，对。那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢，对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited. And confident.
Duelist Cup.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望了，虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说这是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obren Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过一次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢。对，那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢。对，因为我非常想去世界赛一次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
Duelist Cup.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Ang from Singapore. Singapore is a very friendly country. The players are all very casual as well. Maybe you'll like to visit someday. For tomorrow competition, I'll try my best lah, but not too hopeful.
My name is Michael. I'm from Singapore. It's game of luck, so it's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll win tomorrow.
你好，我是来自马来西亚，我叫艾文。So 这次是我第一次参加比较大型的一个游戏王比赛。So 这个是 Duelist Cup 2023年，So 非常荣幸可以代表马来西亚来参加这次的这个比赛。So 非常高兴可以认识到很多来自各国的那些精英们，所以这个是一个非常荣幸。因为这个也是我来过新加坡，应该都有好几次了。所以新加坡本身是一个非常棒的一个国家，也很经济也很不错非常先进加上这边的人情也很好。明天的比赛当然有信心当然有信心因为也不能让马来西亚就是说失望啦。虽然也不是说什么一个很大的比赛，可是说对我来说是一个很大的挑战，所以我对明天的比赛有信心。
Hello, my name is Ahmad Obrain Gifari. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm coming to Singapore as a winner of Duelist Cup Indonesia 2023, the first official tournament in Indonesia. I think Singapore is a very beautiful country, many places to visit, and many delicious food to eat. I really love this country. I'm really confident for tomorrow competition. I will use my best deck ever to try to win the competition.
大家好，我叫 Brian。你可以在 Facebook 找那个叫亚洲救援兔的专业，就会找到我了。我觉得新加坡是一个很美丽的地方，因为有很多很好的东西吃，跟香港差不多。我对明天的比赛很有信心，希望大家都可以加油，加油，加油！
大家好，我叫曾博文，我是香港代表。新加坡是个跟香港差不多的城市，大家都有很多高楼大厦，食物也是蛮好吃的。对于明天的比赛有一点点信心啊。
Hello, I'm Lauren Bidad from the Philippines. Singapore is good. The place is nice. I think I'm quite confident, but not 100% because the meta is so diverse and it's hard to master one deck. So I think I'm just 50-50 tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Duelist Cup 2023.
Alright guys, welcome back to the Duelist Cup 2023 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here live at Singapore, and we're now going to start the Swiss 4 for both players. Today we have Gerald from the Philippines and Natapon from Thailand.
Alright, so Jared qualified for the Duelist Cup through the ranking tournament, while Natapon qualified through the YOT Singapore 2019 Asia Premier. So Jared has participated in the Asia Championship 2018 before, and Natapon has a top YOT event. So both of these players are actually quite well acquainted with going overseas to play in tournament. So however, they have yet to be able to win an invitation to the World Championship. So this might be their chance to join the World Championship.
Yes, according to their knowledge, I believe they travel a lot. Of course, they've seen a lot as well, and very experienced player that might able to play until this far. And for Natapon, he's playing Infernoble Knights. For you guys who didn't know, Infernoble Knights has a magnificent of a results, I would say, back in 2020, beginning of 2020s, and which is also the decks that not being seen many play, I would say.
Yes, Infernoble Knight has dropped off drastically since its prime in 2020, but he has gained a new leash of life recently with new support,
Yes.
from the new booster pack.
From the Duelist Nexus, with only a few supports, but I can tell you this deck doesn't come to play. Of course, back in 2020, Inferno Knight was at the top of his prime, and also due to the COVID lockdown, we don't see as much this deck as in many major tournaments here in OCGs. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people would not don't know what the deck does in general.
So this is what happening as well. So Jared is actually not very familiar with Natapon's cards, so he's frequently asking for the effects.
And for the level 3 Fire Warrior monster, when it's normal summon, you get to equip a Union from the deck. A Fire Warrior, I would say. And well, the Union monster can special summon itself, well, it is equipped to a monsters.
And do you notice that both of these monsters are warrior monsters?
Yes, they are both warriors, and of course the two warriors can go into the, I would say, the second strong link monster, which is the Isode.
Yes.
Well, Isode is coming to field. It's gonna search off a warrior monster, any warrior monster from your deck to your hand, but it can't be normal or special or uses the effect during these turns.
So Neos Connector is added to hand. So
and of course he can't use Neos Connector during this turn due to the side effects of the Isode when you added that card to the hand.
You can use this effect, but you can always use it as a cost to discard.
Yes, it's that extra body for your discard fodder. And of course, sending the 4 equip spell as the cost for Isode. For each spell is discarded this way, you can special summon a warrior.
A warrior monster of the equivalent level as the amount of equipment spells sent to the graveyard.
Yes, and he's gonna summon out Ogier. And when Ogier is normal or special summon, you can send 1 Noble Arms of Fire Warrior from deck to the graveyard as itself. And if it's in the graveyard, it can equip itself back to the field to a monster on the field. So it's a foolish and an equip spell. And also the equip from the grave as well. You're gonna triggering both effects.
Also in the graveyard is a Smoke Grenade. So since this tournament is held with the April ban list, Smoke Grenade is still legal currently.
Yes.
And this allows Noble Knights to pull off their biggest combo.
Yes, they can still do the Smoke Grenade, hand loof kind of stuff. And of course, sending it to the graveyard is relevant because you can have ways to add it back. And of course, activate the equip spell that is released from the Duelist Nexus. You can add back a fire warrior from the graveyard, and of course, the call in respawn and the call by the grave is being used. And the Renout has been special summoned when you control a fire warrior on the field. And then he's gonna add back a equip spell from the graveyard, and Smoke Grenade is being added back.
Here comes, I believe, a Synchro Summon. And that's a new level 5 Synchro for the Inferno Knights.
Yes, and this card does not treat it as the Inferno Knight, because his name is called Angelica, Princess of the Noble Arms. Well, she is a Noble Arms, not a Noble Knight. And when this card is special, you can add a card from deck to hand, which is listed the Infernoble Knight Charles from deck to your hand.
So I believe Natapon added a field card from deck to hand.
Yes.
And now he's activating the field card effect.
To pay 1,200 life points to add a normal arm from deck to your hand. And you choose to adding Durandal from deck to the hand. And Ogier is gonna activate effects to target Angelica to equips. And Angelica effects gonna respond to Ogier's effects by banishing herself.
To special summon an Infernoble Knight.
Yes.
From the extra deck.
Yes, you can special summon a monster with Roland in its name from the deck or extra deck. It's either Angelica is being targeted or being choose as an attack target. He may choose to banish and special summon. Of course, this does not treat it as a proper synchro summon. So if it's sent to graveyard, you can't revive it back.
But I believe that does not apply to equip cards, right? So
Yes.
Roland can still be used as equipment.
Yes, Roland still can be equipped, of course, and it's actually a second body, and Durandal is gonna resolve the effects to search a level 5 or lower fire warrior monster from the deck. And we'll see Oliver is being searched. And both gonna go to Charles. Of course, end phase gonna resolve Roland's effects. And the Roland's effect is gonna equip itself and now link into the this is the new Infernoble links. And if you guys didn't know, this card name is called Charlemagne.
Charlemagne, yep.
And it is treated as the I would say Charles, the Emperor or entire name is you can equip it from the graveyards, and it treated as the name as the same effects. And of course, Oliver's effect is gonna activate. It's gonna special by itself by sending a Noble Arms. And we see Baroness is being coming out on the field. And Smoke Grenade is being equipped.
Well, Smoke Grenade does not have any effect while being equipped.
Yes.
So its effect happens when it's been destroyed.
Yes, as long as it is sent to the graveyard. So when equipped, it does nothing.
And he does that exactly with Baroness.
With Baroness to pop itself.
Yeah.
And gonna rip a card out of opponent's hand.
And now we see that Gerald is playing Math Mech.
Yes, we have quite an opening hand. We have the Signet and Small World.
So.
And also the Sakitama and Math Diameter.
Alright, he chooses.
So he chose to rip the Signet Mining.
Taking out one potential starter card.
Yes, interesting choice. Of course, he knows that how strong Signet Mining is.
Gerald does not have a circular in hand yet. So, as mentioned earlier, we are still playing with the April Bentley, so he has 3 circular in his deck.
Yes, need to be precautious of the chance of having circulars. and of course end phase effects because it is now a Inferno Knight Charles, so it's gonna resolve Charles' effects and also Roland's effects to send and equip. And then end phase gonna pop the smoke grenade once again to rip another card out of the hands.
Oh, this time around he chose Sakitama, choosing to pick off the extender.
Yes, to not allowing any monsters to extend and having even more chances to make a rank 4, which is Alubatum, the key axis of the Mathmax. And also, Charles Main is not only treated as the Inferno Knight Emperor Charles, is also have the original names and gain these original effects. So, literally, that is the original Charles on the field. And JR has choose to pick up his card, and Natapon declared Small World.
Yes,
With the cross-out
he does indeed play Small World in his
He does
deck.
have Small Worlds.
So
Wow, that was quite an opening by Natapon.
So that's pretty insane, isn't it? You get to pick off cards from your opponent, and you still have Baron to negate their card's effect.
Yes, you have info of opponents, that what your opponent's trying to play. You can see firsthand. That was quite an opening. I almost forgot what Inferno Knights do at the moment there.
Yeah, this is I believe this is very difficult for most players here, since many of us are familiar with the Inferno Knights, especially in the new cards. And we have a first-hand showcase of how the Inferno Knights is able to perform when uninterrupted.
Yes, you get to rip out potentially 1 or 2 hands, and then you get to interruption with the Baroness and the Emperor Charles on the field. And for some of you don't know what Charles do, and it is a 3000 attack beater, and also when an equip card is equipped to a monsters, even during the damage step, you can destroy 1 card on the field, and during the end phase, you can equip 1 spell from hand or grave. Then you can equip 1 more Fire Warrior monster from your deck as well, and it gains 500 attack points. So it's a 3500 anytime you can destroy a card for free, and every end phase you get to equip 1, and you can equip the Roland, the monster in your graveyard. And for you guys don't know, the Augier and Oliver he just sent to the graveyard protects the monster from being targeted or destroyed by card effects. So you have both protection and negates.
So this might be a very difficult side decking for Jared, because I believe none of the players are actually expecting to see Inferno
Knights. I
in this
believe a
tournament.
lot of people will be surprised that there's an Inferno Knight here.
So
Well, I mean the banner for Duelist Cup 2023 is at the back. We just saw it.
yeah, if you can see a glimpse from the player's
background.
camera right now, that's actually
Charles Main.
Yep, right there.
Yes.
So speaking of Charles Main, actually he has a negation effect as well. So once per turn, when a spell, trap card, or effect is activated, quick effect, you can send 1 equipped spell from your hand or face-out field to the graveyard, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy the card. So in fact, even if Natapon didn't have a cross-out designator previously,
He still
could
can negate the Small World.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
So, however, I think he chose to activate cross-out designator because cross-out designator has a very limited range of negations. So basically, you need to be playing the same card as the opponent, then you are able to activate his effect.
Yes, so he chooses to negate with the
So,
small
yeah.
world first, and then use the Charles Mace effect to negate something else that he's not aware of.
Yeah, potentially. So that perhaps is a perfect counter since together with Baron.
Yes, you get Baron for another interruption as well.
Yeah.
So basically 3 interruptions. One destroyed by the effects of the Charles and Charles main negation and Baroness negation. Also, not to mention, Baroness is a warrior type as well, so it doesn't cloud with the restrictions. And now we're finishing the side deck of both players. I believe JR is gonna go first to prevent him hand being ripped off, of course. And we all know Math is have a Math circular, which is literally a 1-card combo. You set off and you get a search off of it. And speaking of Math, here's the Math
circular.
Yes, now here's the Math circular. Gonna send the Sigma as cost.
Correct. So there's no way to stop Sigma from going to the graveyard.
Yes, it's sent for cost, so you can't ash it. All you can do is just wait for resolve. And of course the normal summon the Math diameters to gonna summon back a level 4 Cybers from the graveyard. And Sigma is gonna bring back, and we're gonna go into the rank 4 Alubritum, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, Alubritum is coming down. And by doing so, you get to chain block. Your Alubritum get to search a card, and your Circulars get to search a spell trap. So you get to choose which is more prioritized to go with either one another.
I think besides chain blocking, he might be trying to play around draw and lock, but
oh yeah, so you get to search.
Because if you do them
cards.
Separately, the second search will be blocked by draw and lock, but
Yes.
so now he does it all in one chain.
Yes, to prevent draw and lock birds, and of course, if opponents respond with draw and lock birds after these 2 resolve, your opponent already searched the cards. He probably needed it.
Yeah, so
we
draw
see
won't be effective anymore.
So it's gonna cost even more, and we see the addition and super factorial is being added. Factorial being a powerful cards of bringing, it's like Tri-Brigade Revolts. These can bring your stuff back to the field. And now we're going to see a link climb from Jaro. I assume he's gonna summon down the additions.
No, he's having second thoughts.
Yes.
Alright, so
I believe.
yeah, this is a very, very high stress tournament because
Yes.
the World Championship is on stake.
Yes, a lot of things is on the line. You want to play this through, and of course he uses the diameter as the materials for the Arboretum, so he gains the spell, trap, and monster negates until the end of turn. Of course, it's only applied during the turn 8 is special summon, and it does not destroy, it's only gonna negate the activations. So he choose to use the Sigma's effect to bring back himself when the extra zone doesn't have your own monsters.
Yeah, that was a close play. So if you link summon first, then he might not be able to activate Sigma for the rest of the turn, since you have monsters in his extra monster zone.
Yes,
that was a close one.
Yes, likely he thought about that first, and maybe he's wanted to have extend it even more, because if Sigma is bring back by itself, he would need to banish when it leaves the field. So we're gonna see the basic link place of Splash Mage into Link Decoder. For someone who don't know the effects of Link Decoder, it requires a level 4 or lower Cyvers, and if it's used as a link material for a Cyvers monster that is 2300 attack points, you can special summon back itself from the graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. So we're gonna see, oh, he's gonna summon Hit Souls.
Yeah. So most of the Code Talkers monsters are actually of 2300 attack points. So
Yes.
and in this case, the Code Talker Hit Soul is as well. So that will allow Link Decoder to special summon itself from the graveyard.
And also having an extra body to link climb. And Jara is going to use the effects of Hit Soul to pay 1000 life points to draw cards. And now we're probably going to see the... Yes, the Firewall Neo Tempest Tezahurt is summoned to the field. That is a long name. And declaring end phase, use the effects of Firewall to send off the Cyvers...
The Safe Worm.
The Safe Worm, yes, the Safe Worm. They have extra spell trap negations. That should be the most basic board of Mac, I believe.
Correct. This is pretty much the standard opening combo. So the set card as expected will be super factorial. So
yes. And of course the extra draws of the Hit Souls. And having the spell trap negation of while you only control a level Link 4 or higher monsters. So as long as Firewall is there, that spell trap negation on the graveyard is valid at all times. And the Alubetum is on next to there for the next turn's extension. If you want to extend even more, there is another body. Of course, you can tribute a monster to bring back the Mathmech if he wants to.
Isn't this pretty incredible? Jared did all his combo and he still has 4 cards in his hand.
Yes, basically he's just using one card to do all of that.
Yeah.
And we have a Foolish Burial for the Firewall effects as well. And it's a 5500 bodies on the field, and not to mention during battle phase monster effect that is activated during that time is negated, so basically no monster effect during battle phase.
Also, you can activate monster effect at battle phase.
Yes, you may activate the... You can activate monster effects, but it doesn't resolve, it is negated, so it just... So basically you can activate, just... No. Oh, we see Durandal is activated and equipping Firewall. And then he's gonna search a level 5 or lower fire warrior, any fire warriors from the deck to your hand as long as it's level 5 or lower. So it's gonna try to search whichever is needed. Because it says equip to a monster, so you can equip to your opponents as well.
So Natapon has chosen the activate effect, and Jared is thinking of responding. So he's looking at his hand. Does he have something?
He probably want to get even more. Oh, Ghost Ogre is being activated. Of course, for the continuous or equip spell, if you get Ogre, your effect doesn't resolve if you have the activation's effects, since it's no longer face on the field, so the effect is not gonna resolve. And the field spell is being played. So Jera is gonna respond with the Firewall's effect to send the... Oh. So it's gonna send off the geometry. I forgot the name.
Me.
It's really hard to pronounce the
Yeah.
name.
Well, it's
Alright.
mainly used for its graveyard effect. So when it's sent to the graveyard, you can target one card on the field to negate its effect. So
Yes.
in this case, he's used it to negate the field.
Negate the
but
field
now
spell,
has
and
moved
now
on further. So-
yes, and Gerard is activating the Super Factorial and is being respawned by Red Reboots. That's a what? That's a lot of one-off activate.
Yeah.
Seeing in a turn. And of course, Red Reboot is gonna resolve. Gerard can choose to set another trap card from the deck to the field, and of course, no trap can activate until the rest of the turn. And we see the Gearfried Phoenix is being summoned on Natapon's field. Or we see the Noble Knight spell that is activated. Basically, it's their Rhoda. You can choose to add either a Noble Knight or a Noble Arms, either add a hand or send to the graveyard. It is full use and a reinforcement of the army, but it is Get Ash. Of course, you don't want to have that much of a search from your opponents, since Infernoble or Noble Knight itself searches a lot.
So Natapon is down to just one card in hand. So and it's a Squirrel Knight.
Yes,
So-
the other hand is Score Knight.
So
And
two warriors again.
so it's gonna link off the Gearfried and goes into the Isolde again. Natapon used up all his hands, so from now on everything he's go through is just 1-for-1, I believe. One card for another card's advantage.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it? So Gerald has set out so many disruption and
He's still
Natapon
going
has-
on.
Natapon has managed to play through all of them with his extenders, and now
Yes, he's still going on with his combo after being interrupted by the Factorial Ogre and even Ash. You get
When someone can send the firework monster from my deck to the grave, or including the people arm. Yeah. And so I use this one as a transaction 2. Transaction 1, each transaction 1. It's being sent to the grave by this one to activate this again. Cost. Okay, and this
and Isolde gonna send off 4 equips from deck to the graveyard as cost. Gonna summon out the Ogier, and DD Crow is being activated.
I believe this is the same move as the first game, but slightly different because Isolde sends equipment spells as a cost.
As a cost.
So at this point, the trigger effect of the equip spells being sent to a graveyard has not activated yet.
Yes.
So if you banish it with DD Crow, then their trigger effect will not be able to be activated because
They are no longer in the
Graveyard.
exact places anymore. Because the DD Crow is gonna banish the Phoenix Gearblade, not allowing it to resolve. Of course, Ogier effect is still going to resolve it by sending one Fire Warrior to the graveyard. And and we see Turpin is sent to the graveyards, and Turpin can special itself if you control a equip spell from the graveyard, but for now we didn't see any equip spell from Natapon yet. Oh, we see link off with the Inferno.
Ooh.
Ooh, he's targeting the hit, so with Hitter.
So his soul's
He's
draws
still
a
gonna
card.
pay 1,000 life point to draw another card, using opponent's cards to his advantage. Of course, Hita being a good use of reviving a fire monster from your opponent's graveyard. Of course, gonna utilize it using the hit soul he just used previously. And the Hita and Dark Soul is gonna link away. Are we gonna see the? I would say in this moment people think like we go be access, gonna be the access code, of course. Of course, current situation, the access code is not gonna kill, but it's gonna enough to exchange the whole boards. Gonna trade off everything in Jared's field.
I want to choose the transform this one. The transform. Can he still? Can I still see this card?
Mm.
So I choose to destroy.
So now the opponent gonna go for the back row instead. He's gonna.
There was a moment of doubt because he has forgotten which card was actually super factorial. So
yes,
well, lucky for him,
he chose the correct one. He wants to pop the factorial and don't want to pop the card that is set by the reboot instead.
Yeah. So.
Is there anything else can do in the group? Right now only this one. But you have to control the firewall.
And now because the firewall is already it no longer have link 4 or higher monster on the field, so the graveyard spell trap negate is no longer valid, and Jared with 1 card left in hand and a set card due to the effects of red reboots. And of course, Natapon from only just now left 0 cards and now replenish back with 2, and of course clearing the board as we speak.
So now does Jared has any play to make a comeback?
Of course.
It's going to be very difficult. He has used up his Sigma.
Of course, he uses his Sigma previous turn, and
so
of course everything now is have to be crucial. And Natapon just now draw 1 with the hit soul. We don't know what that card is. And Jared have a imperm at the bottom. Actually, is you can use it to negate the access code to make it back to 2,300 attacks for you. Make it smaller to run over.
Actually, it's not just the cards in his hands. So Jared actually has a very depleted extra deck as well. So
yeah, he's
I
used
think
up everything.
This is one of the weakness of the Mathmag deck. So it's rather all in on the turn 1. So once you, because it does a lot of link climb, it depletes your extra deck rather fast. So now that he's rather limited in his choices of what he can link summon.
Yes, he used up the Splash Mage, this is Firewall, and even the Abrubitum. So, and because Factorial is gone now, so the Laplacian is harder to summon now. Laplacian needs 3 level 4 monsters, so you need to splash out 3 in order to make it work.
Can I have a hard text of this one? Yeah.
So if you ask a text, it has to be public.
Okay, it's okay.
So he's asking for hard text of this.
Alright, Jared is digging hard for an answer. He sees his G Golem Crystal Heart.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's wondering.
One Earth link monster in your graveyard, special summon it to a zone, discard point 2, and if you do, place 1 GG counter on this card. You can only use
And also, of course, the G Golem Crystal Heart being
co-link to this card, gain 600 attack for each GG counter on this card.
being a link climb fodder as well, but it's only get to bring back a Earth Link monster, which is very restricted.
So the common Earth Link monster will be the Transcode Talker.
Yes.
But we have seen earlier, Jared has chosen not to go for that, but instead went for Decode Talker Hit Soul.
Yes.
So that is not an option for him right now.
Yes, that is not an option for him. The only Link monster that is Earth attribute used by Jared is actually the Transcode Talker and the Link Spider. And for Link Spider, you have to use a level 4 or lower normal monster to make it. So, not level 4 lower, use a normal monster. So that is highly undoubted to be used at the current situations. And also we see Gerard has the signet at his hand. He's thinking about what to search for the safer options. Of course, you need to link climb in order to get rid of that access code on his opponent's field, which he still can banish and destroy a card on the field if he has the appropriate target for it. Also, he can banish itself to destroy as well because it's still a link monster. Oh, he chose to pass. Very interesting choice for Gerald.
My damage is 5,300, then your damage is 4,000. More like half. Yeah.
So Natapon is doing a life point check. I think he has Lethal on board right now.
And of course, Natapon have slightly lesser life point due to the activation of Red Reboost. You have to have his life point, and also
life points attack.
Oh, sorry. Back to the attack to become 2,300s.
I only take 3,300 and also 1,000 for this guy. Oh yeah.
So of course both players pay the 1,000 life points due to the effects of Decode Talker hit souls.
Yeah, just doing a check of life points, making sure that go there on the correct numbers.
So now as shown on the screen, Jera have 3,700 life points. And for Natapon has 3,000 life points. So it's gonna... So Turpin is gonna summon itself back from the graveyard because it controls an equipped card on the field. And Astolfo is being equipped.
That is going to be negated? No. Oh, okay. Sorry.
And Astolfo doesn't do anything when it's in the spell trap zone. It's just a normal equipped card.
I think, there's game.
Yes, there's game, of course.
Jared has a circular in hand. And that's an interesting choice to pass the turn with nothing.
I believe maybe he don't have the correct answer to clear off the access code. Maybe he didn't have the appropriate target anymore.
I think because his play only one Sigma.
Yes, which already
so
been
the circular
used.
has nothing good to send as a cost anymore.
Yes, and for the signet mining, maybe he don't have a appropriate target anymore. He used up everything during the previous turns.
So, yes, we would like to invite the winner of this match to join us right now.
Yes. So shall I sit here?
Yes, please have a seat.
Have a seat.
Okay. So, yes, congratulations, Natapon.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So you brought a very interesting deck to this tournament. I believe you are the only Infernoble Knights player in this tournament. So,
yes.
Why do you choose to play this deck?
First of all, I have been playing this deck for a long time ago, since since the last 4 years when I was when I have got to win in the SCQ Asia Premier Invitations at Singapore.
Oh.
I still use something like this.
Correct.
Yes.
You finished in third place from what I have.
Yeah.
So not just that. So you actually made the top cut in Duelist Cup 2020
Yes.
Thailand qualifier, and even in this year's Duelist
You're
Cup
right. You're
2023
right.
Thailand qualifier.
Because
so,
like you see before, it's much funnier, right? It's funny of the style. My play style is something like this. I always like
so
a
you
combo.
Yeah, you love. So you've been playing Inferno Knights for a long time. So actually, what do you think of the new support cards? So Inferno Knight has
before the Inferno Knights, there was the people called the Dark Warrior Noble Knights or something else. Which have something, which have the less cards in Inferno Knight.
Yeah.
So before the GUEN box coming, I was playing also because at that time there's still like a link to the Crystal, you know that, right?
Yes, hockey fibers.
You're
the crystal needle fiber.
You're right. Before it got banned.
Yeah.
Sadly. Okay. After I have learned that there will be another supported cards with especially on Inferno Knights, I was definitely
going to pick
much
it
more
up.
confident, much more confident to build this deck again.
I see.
Yes.
So you think the new cards are really strong?
Oh,
definitely.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because there are many kind of the mechanics, the mechanism. There are many kind of the style, the choice of play, the route of play. There are many routes.
Just more choices than before.
You're right. It's allowed me to adjust into like a different situation, different deck I've been facing.
Yeah, it's flexible for different spots. For
You're right.
your different kind of opening will have a different kind of end process.
Absolutely.
Of course, the new extenders, new cards is always nice to have.
It's hardly seen in the another country, right? Because even in Thailand, there is maybe a few, but right now it's much more player playing Inferno Knight.
So you have been popularizing the
Popularizing
Inferno
Inferno
Knight in
Knight
your region.
I hope so.
So you're currently 4-0, I believe.
Yes.
You won all 4 games of your Swiss.
I didn't catch it. What is it?
All right. So how many rounds have you won so far?
Oh, right now, I just lost to the tournament, just one game.
Oh, so you're currently
currently
sitting
X1.
at 3-1.
Yes, 3-1.
Correct. All right. So 3-1, you still have a very good chance to make the top 8 cut off.
I guess.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So.
But I still being able to fight.
All right.
I like the confidence here.
Yes. So that's all we have for you right now. So good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it.
I thank you for being here. Of course, we'll be taking a little short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be come back in a sec.
Okay, that's it.
Konami Konami. Konami.
And we are back. Right here we have the Swiss 5 of the Duelist Cup 2023 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Live here in Singapore. And now it's Swiss 5 feature. We have some interesting matchup right here. We have the Adventurous Synchron versus the Trap Tricks. And would you introduce the players?
We have Santanantana from Thailand, and he qualified from the Rank Up League. And but other than the Rank Up League, he's been a very prominent player in Thailand. So he has topped many tournaments such as the Duelist Cup 2020 Thailand qualifiers.
Oh.
And he even went for the Asia Championship Winter in 2018. So on the other side, we have Poon Chun Kit from Hong Kong. So Poon Chun Kit qualified from the ranking tournament, and before this, he has actually participated in the Asia Championship 2015 Hong Kong qualifier as well, and that was in depreciated traditional Chinese format.
Yes, the traditional Chinese format.
Yeah. So now the traditional format is no longer available, but he has continued playing in the OCG format. So this time we shall see that what interesting decks that these players has brought to us.
Yes, of course. In Santanan side, we have the Adventurous Synchron, which is a very popular decks nowadays. We saw it with the Revolution Synchron released in the Duelist Nexus. A very powerful synchro based deck. And also the other side, Poon Chun Kit, we have the Trap Tricks, and also one of the fan favorites, playing with the Trap Tricks, Trap Trick, Trap Hole, etc.
I think Trap Trick is a fan favorite because of how budget the deck is. You have the bulk of it in the structure deck.
Yes, you just need to buy 3 structure decks and then you're basically good to go. Everything you need is just in that 3 boxes.
So despite being a rather budget deck, it's still quite formidable, as we can see that Poon Chun Kit has actually made it quite far in this tournament with his Trap Tricks deck.
Yes, of course. That's why we say don't underestimate the power of the structure decks, and Poon Chun Kit show us why by you bringing Trap Tricks all the way to here we are.
So the players are rolling dice now.
And of course the look at the odds are just 3 and 2.
Yeah.
And I think this is a perfect standout for the combo decks versus the control decks. Both are different side of the dice. And Trap Tricks Mermelio is being summoned. You can fetch a Trap Trick normal Trap Hole card from deck to your hand, and the Herald Orchestra is respawned by discarding the Eva.
Oh, how unfortunate. So unlike other effect negations such as Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence, those cards only negate the monster effect, but the monster still stays on the field. While Orange Herald on the other side destroys the monsters as well, so the Trap Trick monster can no longer be used as a link material.
Yes, and of course by the cost of discarding another fairy from the hand, and by discarding Eva you didn't lose anything, you replenish the cost you just discarded. Of course the pinpoint search of Herald to the hand for preparing for the next turns. And Paul of Prosperity is activated. Have to banish for cost, of course.
So seems like he'll be going for the full 6.
Of course, the more you banish for cost, the more you dig even deeper. And also the normal summon is being used. You have to dig for something more specifically at this moment of time. So 6 card is being banished. Gonna evacuate the top 6. Evenly matched. Interesting choice having evenly matched and 2 Ash Blossoms. And of course the Trap Tricks being open is Trap Tricks Purika. When it's normal summon, you can add the Trap Tricks Garden, which is their field spells.
So Maxi was chosen.
Yes, Maxi was chosen. Of course.
And
he passes turn.
The confidence he has in Maxi.
Yes, he believes the Maxi is gonna save. I mean, if it's an interesting choice of having Maxis for like preventing opponents from extending even more.
Yes. Well, as a trap trick deck, I was expecting to see more set cards actually.
Yes.
So this is quite surprised that he actually ends with an empty board.
And of course, trap tricks by knowing having a lot of trap holes in the back row. But that is really interesting. So maybe he has a lot of hand traps instead of having back rows, so they do almost the same stuff. And when we see the Excel Synchron is being activated, when you special
So,
summon
yeah.
this way,
It's a
or
force out Maxi, but there's an
the
Ash.
in response, and of course Santana is gonna take 700 life points due to special summon this way. And of course, you are locked into synchro summon if this card is special summoned by itself. And of course, normal summon Maxi. We're gonna see a synchro place. Do Herald. Ooh.
Herald of the Arc Light. That's a surprising move.
Yes, I did not
So-
expect a Herald of the Arc Light. I thought it was going to be synchro climb or anything.
Follow up.
Hey, I think he has a follow up.
Oh.
Yes, he has the Revolution Synchron at his hand. He's going to extend even more. Have the Black Rose Dragon. Of course, it's a level 7. And we have the Illusionist is being added by the Arc Light. And yes, he played the Magician's Souls package, so it's like understandable why he have the Illusionist. And of course, the Illusionist effect is gonna review and add a card that listed Dark Magician from deck to the hand, and this card is placed to the top of the deck. So it's gonna review and add the Magician's Souls from deck to your hand. Of course, you have to return one card from your hand to the top of the decks. That is the resolve part. Not really a cost, but you still have to put it back. And Revolution Synchro is gonna activates. Mirror the top cards. And as Chunky is gonna respond, nothing response, mirroring the top decks. Very interesting play so far. It's like I was expecting the Cupids and it has an Arc Light. I
Yeah,
was expecting
so-
Ancient Fairy and it's coming with the Black Rose Dragons. Very interesting choice. Really blow up our
Yeah.
minds. Well, I guess maybe he didn't have the exact extender, so he's go for alternative ways, saving the material for even more bigger boards before he uses the cards.
Well, 7 and 1 is the magical 8, which
Yeah.
is
Yes, the level 8 now is a very, very, I would say, optimal level to go for synchro. We have like Chaos Rulers. We even have, you can even go for Crystal Wings at this point. But I believe Chaos Ruler would be the optimal choice going on here. Yes, we see the Chaos Ruler is being played, and Impermanence is being response. He really does have a lot of the hand traps in his
Yeah.
hand. So Punchunki is thinking about it. Maybe he has something in his mind before he letting opponent go even further. Check in his grave. And I believe Hero and Eva is a one-off, right?
Yes, I think so.
And both
So-
of them is in the hands. And Chaos Ruler is gonna attack for 3000s. Well, I gotta write down the life points. And Chungi gonna take 3000 points of damage, and of course Santana gonna take the damage due to the effects of the Excel Synchron. Okay, so now during the during the main phase 2, Junkit is response with the Nibiru, the primal being.
Just for a single monster.
Just for a single monster, he wanted that
Yeah.
He wanted in. Maybe because he don't want to let it like go even further, because you can just crash with the Nibiru, I believe, since Chaos Ruler can special summon back from the graveyard by banishing a light or dark.
Yeah, which is why Chunkit chose to activate Nibiru in the main phase 2 when Santana Tana declares that he is going to the end phase.
Yes.
So in this way, he ensures that his Nibiru stays on the field.
Yes, of course, you can't just go straight into end phase. You have to go through your main phase 2. There's no shortcut to this. You have to go through like one by one. So it is understandable. Of course, the effects of access gonna trigger by bringing back the Chaos Ruler. Because Chaos Ruler is being tributed. Yes, Nibiru is considered tributed.
That's a secondary effect of the Assault Synchron that most people might have forgot about.
Yes, people might forgot about it. Hey, he has a second effect. Yes, you have to banish it itself to special summon back the monster that is being tributed or is being banished.
Correct, and in this case, Nibiru's effect counts as a tribute.
Yes, Nibiru's counts as a tribute, so he can just bring it back an extra body on the field. And now we see back rows. We finally see back rows of trap tricks.
This is how. This has been an extremely slow game between both players. So they've been trading blows after blows, where each blow immediately stops their opponent's play, and so they couldn't really muster up any big plays. So it's been just lots of small jabs here and there.
Yes, just trading in and off, exchanging resources, and of course Santana he didn't even want to extend that much as well. He just gonna go with the Chaos Ruler and pass the previous turn. So after this, you have to be really cautious because there's a back row now. Of course, Junki doesn't have a card in his hand anymore. You have to, instead of worrying the hand trap, you have to worry about the actual trap that is at the back. And we see the Harrow is being normal summon by the. He's had during previous turn is searched off by the Eva.
I believe Santana Tana signal that he's not going to use the effect.
Yes, so he not going to activate it.
That will keep the Diviner at level 2.
So he can go into Baroness place. And Jungi, he's going to respond with the Barrows he has. Okay, set the trap
Floodgate
hole.
trap hole.
Floodgate trap hole, gonna like the face downs.
So managed to stop Baroness, but at the cost of 2 trap cards.
Yes, I think it's worth it because if you leave Baroness on the field, it's even more of a problematic. And of course, due to Floodgate trap holes, Baroness can be flipped over unless by effects or get attacked by monsters. So it's gonna stay there for a while. It really is trading on and off the materials. And
Oh,
we see
finally.
we finally see the Magician's Soul's gonna send the cost of levels. Oh, she has another
Yeah.
illusionist on the decks.
So yes, it's an interesting play that he chose to hold it for one turn rather than use it immediately last turn.
Yes, he really is just keeping the resources. And now with the traps has been used off by a Chunkit and no more cards in the hands. So Santana Tana is gonna go like full board, I believe. Meeting the top decks. With the Jet Synchron is being milled. Interesting. That's a
great meal.
That's a great meal. Like
Yeah.
exactly what he needed.
So
it's another extenders as well. And of course, don't mind the Baroness that is faced out on the extra monster zone.
So this is what great with the new master rule. So you no longer need Link Monster to make your synchro play.
Yes, you won't get to lock by one zone at a time, and otherwise that floodgate trap is gonna be broken, I believe. Of course, the Stardust Synchros effect is gonna activate, triggering by banishing a tributes a monster on the field to special summon it out, but it banished when it leaves the field, I believe.
Stardust Synchron's effect activate.
Gonna search
And
a spell trap that listed Stardust in its name. So I now go to a level 5. Of course, Stardust Synchros is must banish.
And it's a powerful
junk
speeder.
Junk speeder, and of course Jungit tap his deck, picks up his card, he realizes he can't
There's no way.
Can't
no
go any
back from
further.
this. Yeah.
He used up all his resources to trade, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, so I guess Chunke has a very difficult opening hand, so he only has one trap tricks in his hand.
Yes, and the only trap tricks is being destroyed by the Hera Orange Lights, and also the pot didn't open anything much. I would say that Maxi does help, and also the Nibiru in response.
So now going into game 2.
So for against trap decks, you wanted things that kind of can blow out the back row, something like Feather Dusters, evenly match. Of course, it would be very efficient. And of course, the Harpy's Feather Duster being a one-off. And for Jungit's part, you want stuff that stop the combo, but of course, people will be thinking like you're playing a trap that you'll play like Solemn in the maybe Shifter, I believe, because trap tricks, I don't think they rely on the grave that much.
Yeah. Dimension Shifter is definitely an option. So
of course, when Shifter is resolved, the only things that is affected is maybe because the trap hole card you wanted to add back by their effects, or the trap tricks roughly set to send for cost and to copy. So when Shifter is ongoing, you can't do that. You can't send cost to the graveyards, which is a little price to pay for stopping a heavy combo decks, as we saw just now. The deck relies on graveyard that much. If you want to stop it, you have the price to pay to your own grave as well. And we also well aware that Santana have Herald of Orange Light and Eva, so that is like even more powerful hand trap than Ash. You not just negate and also destroy the monsters. Of course, it doesn't stop the spell trap from activating, but the monster effects also crucial because of one move you might lose your monster, and monsters is also very important in trap tricks decks.
I think it's debatable whether he will keep Orange Light in his deck. So
Yes.
I think he might opt to switch. That was a really lucky game one where
Yes,
he drew
with the Orange Light and Eva both at the hands.
So in this deck, when going second, I think
you wanted the board breaker and the back row as much as possible.
You might have to cut down on some hand traps to go for some back row removal.
Yes, it's all those back row hits like Dusters evenly match. And of course the impermanence as well, since some of the trap tricks monsters are unaffected by normal trap cards. And this side deck has been decided, both players shuffling their decks. Of course, once again, have to check, make sure you didn't take anything of your opponents. You don't want to draw Herald of the Orange Light when your trap trick's opening hand. And for Satanan, he is 43 cards, and for Punjiki is 40, so not that hard to count from their table shufflings. I will be surprised if Chunki choose to go second. I will be really surprised. Okay, before starting round 2, we need to check the extra deck and side deck. Make sure there is 15 cards in separately.
I believe Chunkin has so voiced out that he'll be going first.
Yes, he'll be going first. Of course, you want the momentum, you want the back row, you want to set up before anything that is not optimal for you. And we see the Dimension Fissure is activated. And another back row. Very standard start, I believe. You have the part of the shifter as we speak just now, but it just became a spell.
I think Chunkin is still slightly disappointed by his opening hand. I think ideally he would like to open with at least one trap tricks monster.
Yes, or even more back row than just having one. And of course, evenly match is flipped. Of course, he chooses to remain the Dimensional Fissure instead. Of course, having the lingering effect is more optimal. And I guess we won't get to know what the face down card is. And now is Santanantana's turn. Of course, he can't utilize the graveyard anymore. He have to rely on the resources from the hand.
Small tries to dig for an answer, but it's been negated by Ash.
Ash, of course, and of course, Ash is being banished due to the Dimension Fissure. So even if he has called by the grave, he can't respond to it.
And the turn is back to Chunkit.
Back to Chukit, and Chukin sets another back row, and still passes the turns. Quite the unfortunate for Chunkit, but he does very safe now since his opponent doesn't have any much answer to the Fisher.
Yeah, and that could be his formula to winning this.
And of
game,
course, Santana
like-
passes back as well.
Oh, we are seeing a series of passes between these two
Where
players.
we're seeing passing back and forth for both players, not giving any mistakes, not don't want to play recklessly, of course. And of course, evenly match is being activated again.
And
of
without
course,
any hesitation, Junkit
Junki
just the set card again.
just gonna keep the Dimension Fishers lingering,
Yeah.
no hesitations.
Oh.
And the Aramesir is activated, of course.
And this might be the out that Tana needed.
Yes, of course, you get 2 cards at the activation of 1. You have to have a token and also having the continuous spell from the deck.
But more importantly is that this opens up the option for him to search for Dracoback. And Dracoback's effect allows him to bounce an opponent's card back to hand, which is essentially an answer against Dimension Feature.
Yes, it can bounce back to hand, although even the match is activated, it is in main phase 2. So you don't have to worry much of the field if you bounce back the Dimension Fishers. You only have to worry about the hand. Of course, Junki didn't set anything, just a face out card previous turn. So there are high chance everything is his hand, is the hand trap, just waiting its time to shine. That's a lot of tech cards you have in Santana's hand. And we see Jet Synchro is being normal. Of course, he wanted to fetch the Draco pack as soon as possible to get rid of the Fishers. He wanted the answer, and yes, now he just have the answer he needed, the Draco pack, as we mentioned earlier.
Activating Journey's effect.
He's still thinking about it. Normally, we just activate straight directly from the deck instead of add it to a hand. Maybe he wanted They wanted something more. He wanted to.
Oh no, not necessary. You normally add it to a hand because a Draco pack has another effect that when it's sent to the graveyard, you can equip it back to the Adventurer token on the field.
Yeah,
so in this case, it functions as a free folder for the journey.
Yes, he wanted to utilize the journey, utilize everything, every single card the adventurers has to give. Of course, he'll be searching the listed adventurer monsters, so he's gonna search for Illegal Knight.
Yeah, that's the only option we have right now since the Griffin has been banned.
Yes, or you can just search for the level the other monsters. Although I don't think he'll have other than the Aquamancer and Illegal Knight.
Illegal Knight is more significant for this deck because it's a level 7 monster
and yes, he has a Jet Synchro on the field. He can just straight go to Synchro place just like that.
Alright, here it comes.
Here comes the Draco pack. He's gonna chain 1 targeting the Dimension Fisher and response chaining to Illegal Knight to slap down to the field. And of course, no response to the Draco pack effect to bounce back the Dimension Fishers. And we see the Illusionist again. Gonna search for the Magician's Souls. I believe the Illusionist have to return itself to the top of the deck, right?
No, you can choose any card and put it back at the top of the deck.
I see. So you can just put anything you want back to the top of the deck and then use Chaos Ruler to mill it back. Or you choose to put back the Illusionist. Interesting choice. Oh, he almost cut the deck.
Yeah.
He almost just cut the deck. Yes, he returned to the top
habit
deck.
of play, but in
Yes.
this case, there's no need to cut the deck because
You just put it on the top of the decks.
yeah.
And we see the Magician Soul is being activated, sending costs of the sending the cost the illusionist that he just put back in his deck. And now gonna activate the effects of illusionist the cost
To send the 2 adventurer spells that he no longer need.
that he no longer needed.
So he's gonna convert them into 2 more cards.
He has to change to the cards that he wanted even more.
So yeah, it could potentially be extenders.
Yes, of course he chose to ash you don't want
Well, it's a pot of greed. Why wouldn't you ash it?
yes, of course you don't want the opponent to resolve Pot of Greeds. And of course Ash is respond to the Pot of Greed, wasting the 2 materials, not letting his opponent to having more draws. Of course, trading material for 2 or 3 turns now, you don't want the opponents to having even more advantages at this point. And now we're gonna see the Chaos Ruler is gonna come out. Is excavating the top 5 of the decks. And effect's gonna resolve. Opening a top 5.
Nothing.
With nothing, we see Karakuri, Ash, Maxi, Tuning, and Evilly Match. Nothing to be added back,
Nothing added,
unfortunately.
No graveyard effect either.
Yes, no graveyard effect either, just small monsters for in case. And just Synchro is gonna discard a cost. Very interesting monster that Santana just discarded. That is a interesting card that I have not seen it before. It's a manga card, I believe.
But it doesn't matter. Chunki has a Nibiru that wipes everything from the board.
Yes, you don't want to know you don't want to know any more further. You just want to
Yeah.
clear the board. You don't want to see it anymore. Well, we just found out the card that is discarded for the cost of Jet Synchro is called Tellus the Little Angel. He said his effects is when this card is sent from field to the graveyard, you have a level 1 token on the field. And that's all it does. So due to Nibiru coming out, the token is gonna be surprisingly huge at this point.
But this time around, Nibiru is rather effective.
Yes, it's rather effective. He trading off all of his resources at the point just now.
So not to mention that Diamond Fissure was added back to Chunki's hand. So
Yes, he still have the fissure.
And here it comes out.
And it comes out the fissure is just get rid of for just a turn, and now he's back.
Now the question is, does he have an answer for the token?
Yes, because that token can easily just whack through the Nibiru itself. This is a really good trading backup for Yu-Gi-Oh card game like Meta Beats, I believe. Except the fact that your Meta Beat summon can be Nibiru. So we see the Jet Synchron has been used. Of course, you can't use it anymore unless you bring it back. Or he play more than one copy, of course it will be possible. And we see the Chaos Ruler is coming back from the graveyard by banishing a Light and Dark. So he banished Magician's Souls and Tellus the Leader Angel. So we see Assault Synchro is being activated from the hand. And of course, it only takes 700 damage if it's successfully special summoned this way. If you interrupt it, of course, you don't take the damage and you're not restricted to any other summoning methods.
This is excruciating for Chunkit, cause 2 and 8 is 10.
It really is 10.
And there is Baron, everyone's favorite Baron.
Yes, and it's intense. Of course, the Bad Roll card might have something to say about it. Or might be another Trap Tricks, Trap Hole Nightmare.
Oh, this is definitely a dilemma, cause now he has to either answer the token or answer a potential Baron.
Yes. Of course, once Baron is come out, this unless you have Solemn or he's just not gonna something. Oh, he's just gonna. Oh, he's a Dimension Barrier. He's gonna declare the Synchro monsters.
Yeah, it's gonna stop.
It's gonna stop me from making Barons. And of course, the Chaos Ruler is still on the field, although it doesn't have any effects anymore. And kind of taking the full damage, which is 4005. And of course, the Nibiru is gonna get banished by the Dimension Fissure due to its send from field to the graveyard. Of course, any monster sent to the graveyard must banish. So maybe they'll point that out later. Maybe I haven't realized it yet. Okay, now Santana has passes his turn. So now yes, Chunky is shaking his head. He does not happy about the opening hand.
That's a painful game for him, man. I mean, what the odds of breaking 2 times in a row, not seeing any Trap Tricks monster?
Yes, the only Trap Trick monster he saw, and then he just get rid of by your opponents without hesitation, and of course, not letting a single chance to play as well. On the second game, he didn't see any Trap Tricks card at all, is it?
Yeah, so this is a very painful way to lose, man.
Yeah, this is quite painful. It's like we have the skills and everything, and then luck is just not our side now.
Yeah. So
very unfortunate for Junkit, and of course it's not over yet. And of course, congratulations to this round winners, Santana. And
let's welcome him.
Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Yeah, let's have a seat.
Let's have a seat.
All right.
Hello, guys.
Yes. Congratulations on winning the match. So, why do you choose to run Aventurer Synchron for this tournament? I believe that you used to be a Dragon Maid player.
Actually, we don't have time too much to play in this tournament because at first they says that we will play in the next format. And then they change back to the old format. So I have no idea what to do now. So I just play the deck that I predict it can play at the next ban list. Because the equip spell Smoke Janet is banned.
I see.
So I try to change my deck to play something that can banish your opponent's hand without going to discard.
So are you saying that your current deck is actually legal for the July ban list as well?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
it's the deck for the next ban list.
That's a very interesting.
Yeah, but now we don't have time too much, and I have watched Yu-Gi-Oh 5D anime, so I try to play. Actually, I want to try to play the anime decks instead of some meta, cause this deck is very kind of tournament decks.
So would you say this is your favorite deck currently?
Yeah, and Dragon Maid too.
Dragon Maid as well.
It's something like that anime decks too.
Yes, they do have similarities. So, but both are 2 different playstyle decks. So you okay with the playstyle, or you just prefer combo more?
Actually, Dragon Maid is more hard for me. I use about 1 or 2 years to play it.
Oh, that's a lot of
Yes,
time.
and I play it for home time, so I can try to control it. But actually, I prefer combo deck.
It's much easier to compare to Dragon Maze, right? If you're
Yes,
playing combo decks.
cause you have to know what your opponent was gonna do or what deck can do in the current meta. And it's hard to control them. But the last time I play, we are in the tournament format, and
Yes,
tournament have dominate the
yes,
the meta
dominate
games, and my skill in tournament mirror match is so sucks. So I try to play
All right.
Dragon Maid instead.
So, what is your score currently? What's your game record? How many games have you won? How many rounds?
won 3, lost 1, and draw 1.
So you're currently standing at 3-1-1.
3-1-1.
Yeah,
Wow. So we have one more round of Swiss to go, and next match will decide whether you'll make it into the top 8 or not. So good luck for your last Swiss match.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I hope wish you the best of luck, and of course, trust in the heart of the cards, as we
Mm.
say.
Yeah.
And
Thank you so much.
Yes, now we're gonna take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more contents.
Okay.
Konami Konami Konami. Konami. Konami Konami
welcome back, guys. We are now at Swiss 6 of the Duelist Cup 2023 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Live here in Singapore. And it's just a slight of time, and now we're already at Swiss 6. I believe it's the final Swiss, yes?
Correct. So this will be a very high stake match for our upcoming two players, because they are at the borderline cutoff that will decide whether they will make it to the top 8.
Yes, and on the left side we have Vitawin
From Thailand.
and of course Xie Ming Xuan from
Taiwan.
Taiwan, yes.
So let's see. So well, Vitawin is quite a decorated player from his region. So I think his first major achievement was in the YOT Hong Kong 2014, where he comes in second, and then following that he has multiple top cuts in the following YOT Asia Championship Winter, and even the Asia Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. So this time around he qualified from the rank out league. And on the other side we have Xie Min Sun. So Xie Min Sun is a veteran in the Duelist Cup. So he finished second in the 2022 Taiwan Duelist Cup. And then so that was a slight pity for him, because he finished in second. He really wanted to finish first. So in the following year, 2023, he actually did it, and he finished first in the Duelist Cup 2023 Taiwan qualifier. So, and that earned him the invitation to this tournament right here.
Yes.
So, yeah.
The grinding payoff for Xie Ming Xuan, of course, a valiant effort.
So.
And also, I noticed that there's a lot of like winning results for Vitawin, yes?
Yes. So yeah, as we mentioned, he's a regular.
He's a regular for major tournaments.
Yeah. So.
Or you say like the most wanted players. Like if you won, you have achieved a lot of results, and then you went into majors.
Yeah.
It's not easy sort to achieve. Yeah, you achieve a lot, you won a lot of results, prizes, etc., and you came all the way here just to see your hard work paid off.
And this final Swiss match is gonna put their mentality to the test.
Yes, so
the match has begun,
and we believe Xie Ming Xuan is gonna go first. Do he win the Dairo?
Alright, he opens with Fury Sleepy Memory.
Yes, of course, a powerful card.
Yeah, and combined with a Dark World Brown, so.
Yes, and Sleepy Memory being able to activate even there's nothing on the field, because not every purely quick spell can activate even empty field. So a very powerful start from Ming Xuan, and also discarding the Brow, allow him to draw the extra cards.
Oh, he went straight for the purely stray. So the field card. So this would protect his purely their special summon this turn from being targeted by card effects.
Of course, it prevented it for being Veiler. Of course, impermanence, which is the deck is most feared of. With the field spell, you can protect from being targeted during the turn. It's special summon, which is immense a lot. Although it doesn't protect it forever, but it does get the job done. And of course, Ming Xuan is thinking about it, and is now entering standby and main phase. Of course, the Sleepy Memory is activated during the draw phase. You don't want to get draw, and you want to prevent that if possible. And also bait out the Ash, of course.
The field cards comes down.
The field card comes down, and Lily's effect is not going to target the Sleepy Memory at the graveyard. It's going to access into the Purely Noir.
Yes, the brand new Link 2 monster for Fury.
Yes, of course. Almost mispronounced the name. It's
E Puri.
E Purely Noir, not X Purely Noir.
S Puri is the rank 7.
Yes, the rank
so
7, yes. You can confuse with the name, of course. And we can see my friend Purely is coming down, gonna review 3 of the Purely cards.
And that's why he went for the field card. So he had a My Friend in his hand all along.
Now he just wanted to extend even more and take whichever the missing pieces. And also with the field spell and my friend Purely on field, if whenever Purely Axis monster leaves the field due to opponents, you get to summon and salvage back any the materials that you needed.
This is arguably one of the best opening hand that you can expect from Purely, because normally when you use Purely effect, you have to choose between you getting My Friend, the field card, or the trap card.
Yes.
But in this case, he's able to get all 3 because he opened with My Friend, and then he searches the field card, and E Purely Noah will be able to fetch the trap card.
Cards. Yes, you have everything under his hand, and
here it comes.
Yes, here it comes. Of course, no interruption so far from Vitawin.
A second Sleepy Memory as an acid material.
Yes, you get to draw a lot from it, replenish the materials. And we see the Shadow Beast has been discarded. And of course, gonna replenish the hand even more. This is like really the ideal hand we wanted.
Yep.
And of course, Shadow Beast is being an optional effect, so you can choose to either go to which one first. And of course, you got to choose Purely to excavate before getting to draw. That's a lot of draw during these turns, of course. You draw with the Brow and Beast, of course, during opponent's turn. If your A Purely Noir is still on the field, you get to draw much more.
I think Min Sun has such a good hand that he's having trouble deciding what to do.
Yes, the hand is too perfect for him to decide.
Yeah, so
it's like everything is too good always.
And this is
playful memories.
This is where the test of mentality comes. So sometimes when you have such a good hand that you tend to you tend to misplay because
you have too many choices to use, and it might end up back to haunt him if he uses too much materials, because every Purely card consumes a hand card. Every time you use a card, you discard one, unless you don't want to special summon. That would be quite the unfortunate if you choose not to resolve as much as possible. You want to grind through the deck, so what you draw is mostly the hand traps. So Ming Xuan is gonna go ahead and discard Lily as the cost to fetch Purely. Gonna excavate the top 3.
And he hits again.
And he's delicious and playful. Of course, delicious is gonna add it to the hands. And of course, my friend Purely is gonna be protected by card effect destroyed once until the end of next turns. And the field spell, of course, gonna protect the Purely monster. Gonna special summon this turn by prevent it from being targeted. And Delicious Memory is open, and
alright.
Vitamin is just straight gonna
concede.
He's pick up his decks. He didn't even want to.
Oh, that is a strategic play. He
Yes.
doesn't want to let his
Opponent know what
he
he's
did.
played.
Yeah.
So Vitamin gonna keep his deck mystery, not giving any informations. No hesitations.
Min Sun has the dream hand, I would say. So
Yes.
as we have seen, he already has 2 sleepy memory as an acid material.
Yes.
And if you remember the field card effect,
It prevent it from being targeted.
no, not just that. You remember it has an
end phase
phase.
to charge another
Correct.
sleepy memory.
Correct. So he could potentially do the 3 sleepy memory draw and follow up with the Purely lead.
And then draw another 3 more cards. So you
Correct.
draw
So it's
6 cards in the process.
It's literally the dream opening, and
That is just insane. It's a opening hand of every Purely players ever dreamt of. And also every discard he has is just also a draw with the Brow and the Beast.
Yeah, I think that's why it's pretty much the ideal opening. So you really need purely uses up his hand very fast.
Yes, he wanted to plenish as much.
Yeah, so Darkwood Brow and Shadow Beast will help mitigate a bit of those discard costs.
And of course, with that kind of perfect opening hands, there's no error or any mistakes whatsoever. Of course, you're opening any. I would say in that kind of moment, I don't think a single like Ash is gonna stop or anything because it's just too much choices to choose from.
So we see Min Sun sitting here, rather confident. He's already done with his side decking and just waiting for his opponent.
Despite he doesn't know that what his opponent's using, he's gonna play the mind game. They're gonna side those going second cards, try to bait out or break anything that opponent has throw in him. And of course, Vitamin have the knowledge advantage of opponent not knowing what he's using. He doesn't have a slight glimpse of a card, not even hand traps. So the cards have been sided. Of course, 15 extras, 15 side X. Of course, still need to check regardlessly, although you didn't put anything on the field. Just for precautious.
Nice. His tournament line is at stake right now, so he's basically down one game, which means he has no room for error. So
yes, you can.
He has to win 2 more games in a row to stay in this tournament.
Yes, he can't afford to make any more mistakes. Every step is crucial. And of course, putting up your game, now you know. Now Vitawin is know what his opponent is playing. He have to prepare for what's come worse. And going first, have the set board advantage.
All right, he's fanning out his card.
I think he's done with the side decks.
Yep.
Plus 15 sides, 15 extras. Of course, not to forget the extra deck as well.
Well, he should be safe since he didn't touch
anything.
Of his cards. But tournament rules, you still have to check just in case.
Yes, of course the number have to be correct. Of course, 50.
Have to be the same amount that you started with.
Yes.
So in this case, both of them started with 15 extra and 15 side.
And for the main decks, well, you have to remember how many is your main decks, of course. You might be playing 40, might be playing 43, 45. Still need to check. And now shuffling both either player's decks, table shuffling, you want to make sure. And also table shuffling your opponent's deck might also helping them to correct the numbers of the decks, make sure it's 40 or you can confirm with your opponents, of course.
Yeah, so the amount of cards you have in your deck is public knowledge. So
yes,
before the start of the game, you could ask your opponent how many cards is running. So this might give you a guess of what your opponent could be playing. So obviously, if your opponent is running 60 cards, then you could narrow down to what decks he's playing.
Yeah, you can.
So
you can narrow down.
In this tournament, we have seen plenty of 60 cards deck, and
and it's really like not that surprised. The only surprise is if you're playing 60, but what variant are you playing with?
Oh, and
yes,
surprise!
yes, We can see the Koakimeru Guardian is coming down, and of course, this will be the 60 Earth good stuff, I believe. Or he just played the one Koakimeru Guardian just for prevent interruptions. Who knows? And of course, Ming Xuan is thinking about it, even if just a normal summon. And immediately just imperms it. No hesitation.
Yep.
And of course, 1 card for 1 card. The trade-off. And we see the... Oh, Agido has been discarded by the... Oh yes, he ditched for Cots. So it's gonna send from the deck before it resolves the Agido's effects.
So this is a very painful play for...
This is a
Ming Xuan.
choice.
Oh.
Or he chooses to Ash here instead of waiting for the Agido. And cross-up is being response for Ash Blossoms. That is a lot. That is one hell of a one-off to have. And of course, Agido being a one-off as well. It's gonna send the Revival Golem. So chain blocking using the Revival Golem in order to make sure Agido is resolved.
Oh, this is going to be a very critical meal. I believe without win is down to just 1 hand.
Yes, anything his mill with in this 5 is gonna decide what he has for the rest of the turn. Well, for Ming Xuan, it's mostly hand traps. And we see the Kelbeck is been Kelbeck is been revealed from the top decks. It's just gonna mill another 5.
This is the dream.
Yeah, this is the
Agido mill Kelbeck.
Yes, and of course we see the Block Dragon as well.
Yes, and that's a hit.
Yes, Block Dragon is being revealed. And for Ming Xuan, he milled his 2 copies of Purely Lily.
Oh, actually, that might be critical. So, there's quite a lot of Purely monster that he has milled from his main deck.
Yes, 2 Lilies and 1 Purely. That is 3 monsters. Of course, Purely being a deck that has very little number of monsters, not to mention hand traps.
Yeah, so there might be a concern as well.
That might have restricted his resources for the next turns. And just a blink of an eye, we have 4 monsters on the field, and of course the bloody Block Dragons. And of course, Itawin still left with the 1 hand card. He's gonna replenish it right away.
Alright. Oh, he concedes.
Yeah, he chose to pick up his card. He don't want to hesitate anymore.
Well, the Osa is signifying that the Archfiend is going to come out, and that means Power 2 Braver Dragon.
Power 2 Braver, yes.
So essentially that will review his hand, and of course he doesn't want to let his opponent know that what cards he is siding.
Siding, of course.
So this is another strategic play by Ming Xuan. So now both players adopted the same strategic play of conceding before revealing their cards.
and also Ming Xuan trading 2 cards with just 1 Koakimeru Guardian. That summon is just decide everything. He wasted his impermanence, and then the Ash didn't go off. That just cost him the turn. Of course, Ming Xuan not gonna hesitate to pick up his cards, and just decided to go for next game.
So we are down to the wire right now. Both players are standing at 1-1.
Yes, of course, both players know what they are up against, and also we have plenty of times. They just finish the game even before the end of their respective turns, or and just in turn 1, I believe. And of course, Mingxuan start off explosively in game 1, while Witawin come back during the game 2 by the explosive meal from Kalbe and Aguido. And now with the decisive game 3 match, I'm sure for purely you wanted to go first instead of going second. You want to replenish as much. You want to draw as much. Draw into your side decks. Draw into your... Even a single purely quick spell might change the outcome. Of course, if you activate during opponent's turn, you gain the prevention of destroy by card effects or battle with delicious or playful memories. That is quite crucial sometimes. It protects, of course, it didn't interrupts, but who knows?
Alright, Minsun is taking a lot more time to do his side decking now.
Yes. Taking this time, no need to rush. We have the time here. Of course, finishing the previous game that fast, giving them plenty of time to think even further. Right, Mingxuan is done with his decks.
Oh.
Vitamin is still thinking.
Yeah.
He's still thinking hard.
I think it's much harder for Witawin to side because he's playing a combo deck, and one of the problems with combo deck is that the deck has a lot of fixed cards in the main deck that cannot be removed because they are part of combo pieces, which means he has very limited slots that he could shop up with his extra deck. I mean, with his side deck cards.
And of course, being a 60 card as well, everything is counted. Every card you draw, it might lead to a lot of things. Yes, you may think that 60 cards you have a lot of choices, a lot of package and so on, but a lot of times that is just not the case. When you play a 60 deck, you'll be expecting a lot of different kinds of hand you'll be opening, so it might end up maybe interrupting your own combo, or just side out the things that is supposed to use up as this kind of situations and it's gone now. So that might cost you a lot. Okay, both players have finished shuffling their own decks. Now is shuffling their respectively. Make sure everything's correct.
Man, can you feel the intensity in the air? It's so quiet.
Yes, I can feel it. Like both of them they're biting their lips right now. It's decisive game, of course. And I can see the intense from the face of Witawin. He wanted it, man. He wanted it.
Both of them won this game.
Yes, they want it so badly.
This is for game and match.
Yes. Of course, Mingxuan, suppose he's gonna go first. Want to set up as much as he wanted, gaining the momentum to himself. Straight to main phase, no hesitations. And yes, my friend Purely is gonna activate. revealing 3 cards. Is he going to revealing the 3 exact same copy?
Alright.
Yes, he did.
Going straight for the Sleepy Memory.
Yes, going for the card that win more, which is the Sleepy Memories. And then Sleepy Memory is gonna resolve, discarding another my friend to summon out Lily. Likely Lily is gonna pick the Fuse Spell like previous game, I believe, since the Fuse Spell protects a lot of things.
No, it's hard to say actually. So
yeah, he didn't have the discard fodder for this turn.
yeah, so he might be low. He might be a bit too low on cards to go for a priori Noah. So he might have to. Oh no, he go for the few card.
He really want the protections. He want the end phase pluses. And go for the Purely Noir. And Delicious Memory is activated. In resolve, probably gonna be
Alright, he's gonna chain
it's gonna chain with Purely Noir to set the pure leap.
Yeah,
straight.
as you can see, this is a difference when you do not open with any of the Dark World or Shadow cards. So
you didn't.
You have a limited number of
hands.
Purely spells quick play spells that you can play, because you can't really keep discarding your hand.
Yes, you can't waste that much material anymore. You have to play it very conservative.
But this is still a very powerful opening. 2 Sleepy Memory is nothing to laugh at.
Yes, you still have the tower.
Yeah, not to mention the leap.
Yes,
so
the leap is still a advantage gainer. You gain the advantage of it, of course.
Both draws are successful.
Both draws are free during standby phase.
Going straight for the
Purely no hesitations. Of course, going for the pluses.
So here comes the X Purely Noah with 5 acid material.
So drawing as it's almost mispronounced the main phase as end phase.
Yes.
And of course the Kurikara is gonna come down because it did activate the effects of the draws.
So everything goes to graveyard, and my friend and Purely Street will get to activate their effect.
Yes, both is gonna trigger, and of course Purely Street being a compulsory effect, it has to be Chainlink 1. It's gonna summon a level 1 purely from deck or graveyards. Yeah, summon out for the grave. Of course, summoning out the Lily, just gonna grab another. So so now Ming-Xuan has 9 cards in his hands. The 3 cards we are known of, that is add back by my friend Purely, of course Pure Lily.
So now would Witawin be able to play through the other 6 unknown cards in hand?
Yes, all he don't know is the block dragon is being discarded as cost for the versalization, I believe.
Yeah, Venusi.
Venusi or versalization. So it's this. So it discard the block dragon for cost. It's gonna search. Of course, Ming-Xuan is reading the effects, make sure that he didn't miss out anything. Of course, if you resolve, the second part of the effect is optional, so you may choose not to resolve the second part. So it's gonna send another versus, and always choose.
He's adding
It
the
choose
duckling to hand.
It choose to summon, and then of course the draw logbook is
Oh.
respawn, and the call by the grave is opened by Vitawin. Excellent choice of having the call by the grave, and the Ash Blossom is respond to triple tactic thrust, not letting him gain any advantages or so on.
And this is a classic playstyle of Purely. So basically, you keep trading hand traps with your opponent card by card, slowly withering them down until they can't make any combos.
Yes, of course, the Lockbird is being the most hurtful hand trap against the 60 Earthwood stuff, and of course, he's being called by it.
That would have easily been game, but well, luckily for Vitawin, he had caught by the grave.
He has the answer for it. He's been prepared.
Oh.
And now we're gonna see the Granites. Granite gonna search out the rock monster from the deck, which is Quakimeru Guardians.
So he already has a block dragon in the graveyard, so there's no need to search for another block dragon. The Guardian will provide another layer of negation.
And of course, he wanted the extra protection, so he's gonna go for the Quakimeru Guardians for preventing any more hand traps to go through, of course. And we're gonna see the graveyard is starting to pile up in Vitawin sites. The more he pile up, the more chances for the block dragons to come up for. And yes, of course, speaking of block dragon, here it is now, banishing 3 to come up from the graveyards. And we're gonna go into the, or you're gonna go for the unicorn.
Just to trigger block dragon.
Yes, of course, not gonna activate the unicorn's effect, just gonna search off by the block dragons.
Well, he has no more cards in hand, so
he just wanted to link it away.
The block dragon will be refueling his hand.
Gonna refueling whichever he is needed. Of course, the combo extender as well. Adding 3 cards is just a lot. It's more than you ever needed. So
Yes.
Vitawin gonna search Researcher, this Quakimeru supporter, and the another
Emancipator Seeker.
Yes, they're gonna Seeker, and Block Dragon is coming out once again. And Researcher is gonna come down to evacuate 5. So we're gonna see what do we have in the top 5. We see another Quakimeru Guardian is being
No
summoned.
hesitation.
No hesitation. That is
Yeah.
the extra tip of the layer in his hands. And of course, now with the 2 on the field.
So it's pointing at level 2 and level 8. So
you're gonna see the Baron, but of course he already uses the versatile effect, so he's gonna lock into Earth monsters effects. Am I correct?
Yeah. So
and of course, we may see the Baron, but we won't see the Baron in fully action, of course.
Oh
no! It is Chen Ying instead of Baron.
Well, he just needed to make space on the field. I mean,
yes,
he has 6 monsters on his board right now.
Yes, he's wanted the extra space for something to come out. Just splash it down.
Oh.
Wow, such another one. There's a lot of Chimeru Guardians on the field. think he just wanted to make sure because he suddenly slammed down a lot of monster on the field.
Making a quick calculation.
He wanted to make sure he didn't.
Yes.
Or for the Zeroboros, is it the name?
And there was
and
game.
then it was game. The Zeroboros for gaining attack points for every banished card for 200s. That is just a lot. I believe with Churning is almost enough, right? Since he banished like 3 times for Blood Dragon.
But I guess he just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Purple Logic would definitely seal the deal.
Yes, he wanted more. He just wanted if I miss like even 100 attack points, he's gonna come back to haunt him.
Alright, so Vitawin will be joining us.
Will be joining us
in a short moment.
And what a match! Like.
Right, congratulations on your match.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Can I know what's your match record right now? So how many games have you won in the 6th round of Swiss?
I won 3, lose 2, and draw 1.
Oh, so you have draw 1 match?
Yeah, draw 1 match.
I
1-3.
1-3, lose 2, draw 1. So it's 3-2-1.
Yeah, 3-2-1.
Yeah, it's 3-2-1.
So that's a very borderline match record. So, So I'm not sure whether he will still make it to the top 8 or not, but I think...
Well, who knows? Anything can happen.
Yeah, so that was a spectacular display of your... of a game, because, wow, you make a incredible comeback in the last game. So, you like to share how do you feel about the game?
Actually, I'm quite excited because it is the first time I'm live stream, and this is a big event, right? Yeah. I think my hand is quite good, so it's have a Kurikara, so I can win him in game 3. Yeah.
So what is in your hand in game 1? Because I see you didn't even hesitate, just take off.
It's just all garbage.
All the bricks at the hand.
Even if I go first, I cannot pay.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, I can do anything even if I go first. So it's just better to game 2 or game 3 because the game that I draw, I won first round, and the second round I'm just trying to play with full board, so the time runs out. Actually, if I go to game 3 and my deck is strongest in the first move.
Yes, if you go first, you will have the much more advantages you want.
Sure.
Alright, there is another strategic aspect to conceding early. You have to take time into consideration.
Yes, you have to think deep. What can I do after this? More setup.
As we share with us, sometimes when you drag out a game that you know you have lost for too long, it might hurt your chances of going into the 3rd game.
Yes, of course. Not to mention if we think too long and then after in the game 3, it'll be like when the time is called, you have lesser chance to make the full combos anymore.
Yes. This event when the game is draw, when siding is a draw.
Correct.
Yes, of course.
So to make a comeback in this game, he definitely need to go into game 3, which is why he's playing that fast in game 1 and game 2.
Yes, you have to make it fast, deciding everything in the game 3. That is also a very, I would say, very clever move. I would say.
Alright, so that's all we have for you.
Okay,
so
thank you, guys.
Alright, we will check your standings later and we'll see whether you make it into the top 8 later.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
Alright, congratulations for the win just now. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So for everyone that stream, now we'll be tallying the standings and see that which players will make it to the top 8. So stay tuned for the next stream shortly.
Konami
And welcome back to the live stream. And here is Takashi-san, the managing director from Konami Digital Entertainment Limited, Hong Kong. Takashi-san, could you say hello to the audience?
Okay, so hello everyone. I am Takahashi of Konami Hong Kong. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all the players. And hello, nice to meet you everyone who are watching the live streaming up there.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Takahashi. Thank you for coming.
Thank
It's
you.
been 4 long years since the previous offline Duelist Cup. And we have already finished the Swiss round. Do you have any thoughts to share with us?
It's been so really long 4 years, as you said, since it was held last time. So I thought it was really hard time for all players to keep motivated in last 4 years. Actually, nobody knew when the time ended, right? So I really want to express my respect to all the duelists to be able to come here. And I'm also happy to be able to watch the tournament with you guys.
Yes. I believe the fans are also glad to see the revival of offline events such as the Duelist Cup.
Yes, and since we have Takashi-san with us now, and we have a special mission for you. Are you ready for it?
Oh, okay. So what do you want me to do?
We are going to have an online quiz campaign, and those who answer the question timely and correctly will be given a prize, an acrylic stand.
Yes, of course, first come, first serve. Takashi-san, could you please help read out the question for us?
It's my pleasure. All right. Okay, this is the question. Are you ready? Where is the World Championship going to be held this year? Where is the WCS going to take place this year?
Thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Everyone, please answer the question in the YouTube chat room right now.
And of course, the result will be announced on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Asia Facebook. Remember to check it out later.
So, Mr. Takahashi, we heard that you have a special announcement for us.
Yes, I have an announcement for all of you guys. We have finally decided to launch the English version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oshijin in Asia. There are two products is planned. The first products are going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game Duel Monsters Structure Deck, Rise of the Blue Eyes, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game Duel Monsters structure deck, Illusion of the Dark Magicians. The launch timing is being scheduled in this November. Since there are many English-speaking people in Asia, so I hope coming English version would be more helpful for all players to play or start Yu-Gi-Oh! CG. So, but it is of course the product is not only the 2 items. So we are going to keep you updated, like the new product and the product detail, sales region, and the Asia English version related event, and so on. So please check our official SNS page for further information.
Like, wow, that is a great news for all the Asian players, and of course I have a lot of English speaker local players on my place as well. It is a great news, and of course really glad to hear that news. It is like, I'm excited. And now the top 8 is about to begin. Taishi-san, do you have any comments?
All right, so the time top 8 about to begin. Yeah, so win or lose, but this kind of high-level matches always bring us a lot of memories. So I'm really excited to be able to watch the upcoming matches. Really, thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
you very
Mr.
much.
Tahashi.
So thank you so much, and see you again at the award presentation later.
Yes. All right, we will see everyone later.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tahashi.
Okay, thank you, Taishi-san. Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Alright, now that the big announcement is over, what do you think about it? Isn't it insane that we are getting Asian English products again?
Yes, I'm excited. I'm screaming inside. You have no idea how loud it is.
And to start it off, we are starting with the 2 classic Blue Eyes White Dragon versus Dark Magician.
I'm buying them both.
Whoa,
I'm
no
buying them both.
hesitation.
I know, I'm not gonna hesitate. I'm buying them both.
Alright, so I believe our top 8 is going to start very soon. So
I think the players
Yeah.
is now currently ready to start the top 8, and of course, this is very excited to watch.
Correct.
It's all come down to this.
Yeah.
The remaining 8
so
players.
These are the top 8 players from the Swiss tournament. So in this format, it's slightly different actually. We are only selecting 7 players from the Swiss round. So the last player is actually the seeded player from the Asia Championship Winter 2020 champion. So yes, he's been seeded for a very long time, and now it's finally time for him to shine in the tournament again.
Yes.
So
He has waited the throne for too long, and now we shall see how well he perform. Of course, I believe he won't gonna let us down.
And he's live on the stream right now. So Lin Yujin is the Asia Championship Winter 2020 champion that we are speaking of. He's from Taiwan, and his opponent Huang Xinan is also from Taiwan. Huang Xinan should be no stranger to most people. He is the 2013 world champion, and he's now back in the Duelist Cup 2023 to try to earn his invitation to the World Championship again.
And of course, if you guys not familiar with Huang Xian, he won the year he won. I believe I'm still at school. I was like, that is so cool, and now we get to see him again live in actions.
All right, the players have shuffled up the decks. They're going with the dice roll now. A 4 and a 5, a really close one.
So Eugene is gonna go first.
Eugene opens with a purely a normal summon from hand, activating its effect.
And also a very interesting opening as well.
Oh, that's a perfect flip. So at
So
least he hit something.
Yes, he has 2 choices, either the delicious or the playful. Of course, he go for the delicious.
Yeah. Delicious is such a powerful play because it allows you to go into plum which is one of the fast track way to make a acid monster with many acid materials.
Yes, and of course, the more material you have, the easier to make Experi Noir, and the more material, the dangerous Experi Noir will be.
Oh.
And I'll choose to discarding the impermanent stats.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a lot of hand trap choices, or he just want to discard that he thinks that not really a good choice for now. And he summon out the Pure Lily and search out the my friend, pay at 500 life points. Of course, digging even more. You want the resources. Gotta go deep.
This is still safe for now since it's just adding cards from deck to hand. So the question is more of how many more special summon is he going to perform, and how many cards is going to give his opponent.
Yes, and of course the Maxis being Ash, that is of course the crucial part. And also adding the Sleepy Memory, of course you want to gain advantage of it. And we see the E Purely Noir is being summoned. And both players gaining 1,000 life point due. And of course gonna be triggering E Purely Noir set purely. This is almost as
standard as it gets.
Yes, this is as standard as it gets. You want to get whatever
so
you needed.
You set out trap card. You got Sleepy Memory.
And you're gonna draw like at least two. One on E purely and one on X purely. And of course the other copies of Lily is just there. And uses effect to attach Delicious Memory to make plump. And Plum is gonna use the effects to attach the impermanence. Of course, it only attach spell traps. Any spell trap is fine. So the more material he has, the more bigger it is. And Yujun used up all his hands there. He used up all his hands, setting 2 cards to passes his turns. And of course, during the standby phase, we're gonna see the magic happens, which is the Sleepy Memory to draw.
Follow with your Pure Elite.
Yes, with the Experi Noir. Experi Noir to draw another cards. And of course, Experi Noir gains the unaffected effects if he has 5 or more materials. But of course, he only have 4, but it's enough to interrupt your opponents for 2 times. And we can see from Shingan's side, the Pot of Prosperity is being activated, banishing the cost of 6. I assume we are going to
It's gonna go deep.
Yeah, it's gonna go deep. You gotta go all the way, man. And of course, he chooses to banish 6. And by doing so, we still can see what is Eugene up against, and Shingan is using the Rescue Ace.
Wow!
Wow!
All 6 Rescue Ace cards.
Yes, we see every archetype card here. No hand traps, no anything. Just the main engines.
Yeah, it's a good mix of cards to get. You have among them is Impulse. So Impulse is a level 3 Rescue Ace. There's an effect that could stop Experi Noir. So that might be a choice that Huang Xian might go for.
Yes, that might be the interesting choice. Yes, of
And
course,
that-
as you said, he just picked up.
He picked it up straight away.
Yes, he
and
just picked up the
stacking
impulse.
The rest back at the bottom. So impulse is normal summon, and he's waiting for a respawn.
And of course, impulse is a main phase effect. If it's activated, an opponent's monster with the highest attack points can activate its effect during these turns.
Eugene responds with impermanence.
Impermanence.
And that is
And
game.
in this game, Xing'an pick up his card. He knows he can't deal with the 2 interruptions of Expiry Noir. Of course, without the 5 materials, it is still very hard to run against the. It is a compulsory evacuation device, but to the bottom deck instead.
So that was a rather speedy game. We didn't really get to see much of Xing'an's cards.
Yes, we didn't get to see Rescue Ace perform. And also for Eugene, his purely opening is quite standard. It's like you didn't gain a lot of advantage out of it, but you still have the same target you're aiming, which is Expiry Noir, the interruptions, and of course the pluses out of it. And the impermanence at the back is just tip of the iceberg. It's cherry on top. And of course, as Rescue Ace being an archetype, be able to play the Pot of Prosperity, you get to dig even more for side decks and stuff, since you don't summon your Asher decks that often, maybe once in a blue moon. That's the beauty of a deck that you can play Pot of Prosperity. You get to dig regardless of the cost. You just want more cards.
Yeah, I think Rescue Ace is one of the newer teams we have that actually doesn't rely on the extra deck.
Yes, the extra deck is just, well, it's just there if you needed it.
No, it's rather old school concept of the extra deck being a toolbox, being a utility.
Ah, yes.
But rather than being the main combo pieces.
Yes.
So they are definitely optional. So banishing them with prosperity is not an issue.
Yes, you just having the cards in the main deck is more important than the extra decks. You wanted to see the starters, extenders, and borders, etc. And of course, Rescue Ace doesn't have that much of a restriction as we speak, right? If I'm not mistaken, they don't have much of requirements and so.
So they are now verifying their side deck.
So I'm gonna be counting the side and extras.
Alright, 15.
Getting ready for the game tools.
So they are done with siding. Now it's up to shuffling.
Yes, it's up to the shuffling parts. Of course, now counting cards on the opponent's decks, and without further ado, I believe Xing'an is gonna choose to go first. Especially as Rescue Ace, you needed the few advantages.
verifying the extra deck.
Have to make sure the number.
Oh,
the,
it's good, and we are ready to go.
Yes. Now, here we go. Now we are now in game 2.
All right, Xian points to himself.
Of course,
signifying that he's going first.
You choose to go first.
He opens with 5 and take a long stare at his hand.
Yes, he didn't even. He's like he's not even know his deck anymore. And we see Rhoda being activated. We see a lot of one-off today in this many players opening hand.
Right, going straight for the airlifter. No.
No, he's thinking about it. Yes. Of course, summon the airlifter. And airlifter is gonna search for a spell. Any card is normal, especially you can search a rescue ace spell cards. And it has an on-field effect when opponents activates a monster effect, it can quick effect tribute this card from hand or if it's on the field to summon one rescue ace from your hand as well. So it exchanges the monsters. Xian's think hard. He doesn't sure what to search of the airlifters.
Well, he's down by 1 game, so this is
crucial.
This is the match on the line for him.
Yes, of course. He searched for the emergencies.
Yeah, the standard choice, and emergency is a new card for Rescue Ace, and I believe this is one of the cards that pivoted Rescue Ace right to the top.
Yes, being a Rescue Ace version of emergency teleports, but after it's resolved, you have to send a monster from field to the graveyard after you special summon from the deck.
Right, Eugene has a maxi for it, and now Xian is.
He's thinking.
Yeah.
He has to special summon from the deck first, then he choose which to tribute, of course, and he choose to tribute of the airlifter to summon Turbulence.
Alright, Turbulence, the boss monster that allows him to set up to 4 different rescues a spell track card from his deck, but he has been stopped by Impermanence.
Yes, the Impermanence being the pinpoint negates against the Turbulence, because Turbulence doesn't search, is set straight off from the decks, so Ash is not gonna do much against this.
This has been a disappointing opening for Xian, and it's showing on his face right now.
And he's setting one passes his turn back. He get maxis. Of course, he can't do that much of a combo without having opponents gaining the advantage. And of course, the impermanence being the interruptions. And we see from Yujun his normal summoning purely again.
Xian responds with Impulse.
Oh, he chooses Impulse instead. He wants.
So Impulse has an effect that it can be chained when the opponent activates a monster effect on the field. So by sending it from hand of field to the graveyard, and then you can special summon another
rescue ace from the deck.
Yeah, I believe it has to be machine.
Yes, it has to be machine. So you can summon itself because itself is a warrior. So impulse effect is gonna resolve.
And he chose to special summon a fire attacker.
And of course, the fire attacker has the effects of if your opponent added cards from deck to your hand, except by drawing, you can draw 2 cards and you can discard 1. So you can dig to your
hand
traps or interruptions you want to do in your opponent's turns. And of course, Yujun gonna activate mostly any purely cards effects is gonna add a card from the deck to your hand, almost everything. So, and
Xian has a
Xian
maxi of
has
his
a maxi
own.
of his own. He wants. Eugene's thinking about it, what he wants to search, what he wants to add, because this draws a lot. Not to mention the fire attacker is gonna draw as well. And in response with Delicious Memory, in response to Maxis, of course, being a quick play spell, you can resolve. You can act in response in any time you want. And of course, sending Lily for cost. Summon another Lily. And then, of course, after resolve, you're gonna draw a card.
So now it's purely Lily's turn to activate its effect.
Yeah, it's purely Lily's turn to make a Axis rank up, I believe. And accompanied by it, there's a purely happiness on the field as well. Being able to search a purely card whenever you battles after the damage step, you get to search anyone, and also it has the playful memory at the material, so you can attack multiple times. Of course, attack monsters only. And we see emergency is being respawned as so emergency gonna resolve, gonna special summon a rescue ace from the decks, and then during resolve have to tribute the monsters. So you get tribute out the fire attacker to summon out the Preventer, which is also a new card released from the Duelist Nexus. Which has a quick effect of the enemy controller, which if you control SQA Ace monster on the field, you can target one effect monster opponent control, change it to face down defense positions. It's a Book of Moon, not enemy controller, my bad. Of course, it can prevent the happiness from being attacked through the monster. Even though it's defense position monster, you still take life points, but it prevents it from searching as well. Since if you don't battle and enter a damage step, you don't get to search off the purely happiness. And also a very big monster as well, with Preventer having 2800 defense and attack. And the Turbulence is just there waiting for next turn to set off more cards from the decks. Eugene's thinking hard about it. Being a quick effect Book of Moon is not what he wanted to face at this current moment. And Preventer as a second effect, if this card is sent to the field, from field to the graveyard, you can target one banish rescue ace and special summon it back. Although he don't have it currently, but it is a good floating effect if you use it in the right situation with emergencies. Of course, emergencies have to tribute it to the graveyard.
So I think that Preventer effect is mainly used to combo with your own Rescue Ace monster, because most of your Rescue Ace monster can be special summoned from hand by banishing Rescue Ace cards from the graveyard, and that's how Preventer is going to recur them back.
Yes.
Alright.
And of course, Preventer it can bring back itself from the banish as well if you have another Preventer. He didn't say other than Preventer, and of course,
Happiness having inflict face down.
Happiness being face down, but due to the effects of Preventers, and now we see Plum enters the field. And then gonna use the effects of Plum to attach spell or traps from either player's graveyard. And his target the 2 emergency Shinen have in the graveyard of interesting choice. Of course, preventing the add back or preventing the another turbulence coming out from hand by banishing 2 from the graveyards. And now we see the another happiness is being activated. And since Xian doesn't have a response to the quick space spell, so he's gonna just gonna use the Plum effects to attach to it. And we oh, there was a mistake. It was the Experience Noir instead of the Zeus. He was mistaken for the battle just now.
Well, this is definitely not the
not the outcome he wanted.
Yeah.
And now he's going to end phase, and the Period Streets effect is gonna attach 1 more card.
Can see Eugene shaking his head.
He forgotten that he didn't battle successfully and he got Book of Moon by the preventers. I think it's been a long day. He might forget that small point that might have just cost him. And now Experience with 5 more materials in attach, so he still got 2 more interruptions. And of course have the Sleepy Memories to draw 1 card during the standby phase. And the monster coming back is Purely Happiness. If you guys don't know what it is, it's banished due to the effects of Plum, and now it's coming back on the field. And now with Turbulence return to the bottom of decks and Emergencies being used 2 pieces, Xian needs to find a way to excel out the Turbulence in order to have the field advantage, of course. And Xian got the 2 draw of the Maxi because he did specimen twice and he just got dropped. And we see the Air Hoister is coming out. He's gonna fetch another Emergency as well.
I believe this is his final copy of Emergency.
Yeah, his final copy of Emergency. Have to make it count.
Right, checking through the SC materials again, and that's where the other 2 Emergency are in.
Yes, there's another 2 Emergencies and the material of Experience Noir.
Noah still has 5 SC materials, so it's currently unaffected by activated effects of the opponents.
Yes, and due to the last piece of Emergency search off by Airlifter, that is, I believe that is his last chance to summon out something from the deck. And we see Rescue is being activated. This is the...
It's going to bring back Impulse, and Impulse would be able to stop
Experience Noir
effect. So this is interesting about Impulse. So Impulse Initiation effect is to target one monster on the field, and then that monster effect cannot be activated for the rest of this turn, because what this effect affects the players and not the card directly. So even if Exploring Noah is unaffected by other effect, the players still would not be able to activate its effect.
Yes, of course it can't be it can activate it. Of course, Exploring Noah says unaffected, but it's still gonna resolve. And also, Rescue's effects is if you control Hydrant, you can special summon instead. But he's don't have, so I guess it's gonna be add back to the hand. And also, Eugene is thinking because Exploring Noah can bounce card from the graveyard to the deck can be an interruption as well. You don't want any advantages, you can just bounce your opponent's graveyard, or you want the interruption on the field, you can bounce the field. A very powerful axis with the prevention of opponent's monster touches the field.
So
of course, with no Hydrant on the field, the Rescue is gonna force to add back to the hand instead. And Eugene is gonna choose he choose to respond.
I think he might be mistaken. So Rescue effect is target one Rescue Ace monster in your graveyard, or if you control Rescue Ace Hydrant, you can target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, special summon it to your field. So it always special summon, but rather Hydrant only allows you
to summon opponents instead.
Correct. So
I may have been mistaken, right?
What's happening right now is he's trying to force.
He's trying to force out the prevent. He tried to. Yes, he successfully bounced back the.
He's trying to force out.
Try to force
Noah's
out
effect
Noah's
because,
effect.
yeah.
And now with the response of emergency, so the preventer is gonna be tributed due to the activation of emergencies and summon out the Hydrant. And of course, after resolve, the Exploring Noah gonna send the Impulse back to the bottom decks. And Hydrant hits the field. It's gonna search out the Turbulence once again.
So no one no longer has 5 acid materials anymore.
Yes.
And is now vulnerable to opponent's monster effect. So this is one step closer for Shingen to making a comeback in this game.
And also the Exploring Noah used up his two times of the effects for bouncing the for bouncing 2 cards, and then you just get chained by emergency, so in the end just in resolve of bouncing 1. And of course, Exploring Noah has the same defense point as Turbulence attack points, so.
No, I believe Turbulence
is higher.
Yeah, Turbulence
he still can run over the Exploring Noah, but also, of course, if Exploring Noah has been destroyed, the My Friend and pretty sure is gonna add back.
Yeah, so that's another thing that he might need to clear off first.
And so he chose to activating Turbulence effect to set off the.
Right, he only has alert and
extinguish.
Reinforce, I believe.
Or is reinforce?
Or is it? I can't read it.
It's kind of far from the table. Or it's reinforced? Yes, it's reinforced.
So you get the sets there.
So you get set alert and the reinforce.
Activates one of them immediately. Normally when you set a quick play spell or trap on the field, you cannot activate them until your next turn, but Hydrant has an effect that allows him to activate one of those during his turn, and that's what he's doing exactly right now.
So So you can
Alert is used to add one rescue ace monster from his deck to hand.
yes, adding another monster, adding the more of the resources. And you still have one more material in Explorer, which doesn't do anything anymore because you need to detach 2 instead of 1. And of course, both face down monster in Yujun's field is Xyz monsters, so whenever they leave the field due to opponents, he's gonna add back with the my friend or Fury Street, but
Right, this is step one of
step 1 of clearing the back rows.
yeah.
He's go for the Nightmare Phoenix to get off the field spells.
Follow with a rescue ace H quarter.
Yes, gonna shuffle back 4 cards to draw 1, replenishing what he's being used up in order to clear off Yujun's board. And also gaining 500 attack points the opponent have monsters. It's gonna shuffle back and gets another draw. Just when we speak about the use of all the emergencies, and now he can just slowly put them back to the deck.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more powerful things about rescue ace, that the whole deck circulates itself. You can keep cycling back cards, but yeah, but only as long as they are banished face up.
Yes, of course. If they banish face down, there's no way of getting them back.
Alright, Unicorn.
Unicorn is coming down. Is he gonna target the My Friend period? I think he would. Yes, he does. He does target the My Friend purely. And there's still a lot of resources in Xian's hand after he draw 1 and then add back. And then we see Preventer is coming down once again by banishing Turbulence. And now we're going to Link Climb. I think we're gonna see it. Yes, the access code is being played. And of course, banishing the Nightmares package to pop the monsters, and then just go
And then
in,
this game.
and then in this game, what a turnaround.
Yes, definitely. So, oh, that was a extremely complicated
game.
So it's quite difficult to follow through. There's like so many.
It is because as we see, Xian start off quite slow, like not much interaction going on, and then in just one turn, you replenish up everything. Not to mention preventing the Explorer Noir from interrupting his plays. That was. I was speechless.
Alright. That was a beautiful play by Xian, baiting out Explorer Noir's effect, so that he's free to do whatever he wants for the rest of the turn.
And also showing us how strong of a deck that Rescue Ace has. He has the potential to summon out a board, and also replenishing the material that he just used up. Also is a Pot of Avarice, and then also is set from the deck. You can't just ash it. You have to use something else.
So that typically would involve negating Turbulence effect directly. So Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence.
Yes, and also another choice will be the Ghost Mourner.
Oh yes,
and also Interaction. That can be stopped as well, but I believe that is not that popular in the format. I don't see a lot of players playing it, but I could be wrong.
No, I think Ghost Mourner has a drawback that it is once per turn.
Yes.
So normally if you run it, at most you'll run 2 copies of it because you can't play multiple copies of it in the same turn, unlike Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence.
Yes, and also the Ghost Mourner have to be activated as soon as the monster is special summoned. So Turbulence is a once per turn main phase effect. So if you Ghost Mourner during the first Turbulence, if Xian has the enough material, he can just summon the second copies out.
Yes, he can do exactly what he did just now.
Yes.
Like if he managed to get Turbulence banished, he could always bring it back with a Preventer, or if he managed to send Turbulence to the graveyard, he could bring it back with Rescue.
Yes, or you just can summon a second copy using emergencies, whichever is also relevant. There's a lot of choices to dodge the Ghost Mourner.
Speaking of emergency, it's also a fantastic card to dodge Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence.
Yes, of course. You summon out from the deck and you send out after resolve, so it's not a cost. You can activate it even if you're empty field. So both players has done siding their decks, and now we're getting to the calculate parts, doing the math.
No, seems like they might be missing a card, so they are doing a card count again.
Yeah, of course, have to make sure. And it seems like in Eugen's part, he's like he's missing a card. Maybe he left out in the side or extras. And the judge is gonna help with the card count. I'm gonna do a card count. Bit of a tricky situation right now because there is a miscalculation in Eugen's side. Now he's counting the cards on himself.
Right.
Right.
Seems like there's no error and play will continue.
Yes, the play will continue, and Eugene found his miscalculation. What a moment there. It's like the miscalculation of it.
Yeah. Alright, game 3 starting, and Eugene has chosen to go first.
And go first, start off with the my friend Purely. And of course, my friend Purely is one of the cards you want to see in your opening hand because you stick to whichever you need it. Or not really a pinpoint search, but if you have everything 3 copies on your decks, of course.
Seems like that might not be the case since Eugene is taking quite some time to decide what he wants. Or not.
Or he has the 3 exact same copies of 3 cards. So it's not gonna be a problem for him to add what he needed. And of course, on resolutions, Lockburst is gonna be response.
Alright, Eugene has a triple
As a triple
tactics
attack, you choose to reveal the hand. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so emergency is the obvious choice, and as you can see, Sheehan hand has no more place right now. So
yes.
Both players are laughing right now because even though it's a really intense match and this is match point on the line, but
of course you want to relax a little bit. You might get tense and tight insides.
No. Yeah.
And the tactics being the tactics is like the info he needed. He wanted to know what your opponent's in store for you, and now he's like, I know almost every card's in your hand, so anything you play, I know, or I get prepared for it.
That's the perfect draw for Sheehan. Airlifter is one of the starter that you want to see.
Yes, you wanted to see it.
Alright, Eugene responds with
his response with the
Sleep
Memory, discarding the beast, and of course resolving. Gonna search the emergencies.
Purely effects activate.
It's gonna activate the top 3s, and nothing else is being added here.
Follows with another quick play. Oh, and it's
Dark
World Brown.
Yes, it's another brow, another draw technically.
Alright, Purely Lily adds the few cards to hand.
As the
and
few spell, the Purely
Brown is
Streets.
going to draw a card.
And the time is called.
So
And now and now Xian is the
Xian's plays an emergency
see,
and
and
Eugene immediately slaps down the ash.
the ash. He know
So-
he know what he's had in his hand. He's
Yeah.
very excited. As you can see, he's very excited, and of course, Xian does not like what he saw right there.
And of course, he has perfect information right now, having seen Xian's hands earlier with the triple tactics talents earlier in the turn.
Yes, of
So-
course, and he know what he's up against. Of course, Xian she looks shocking.
Yeah.
He
has to
looks,
let it pass.
He has to let
There's
it pass.
nothing he could do.
There's nothing he can do. And of course, Eugene he almost jumped out of the chair just now. What a match! What a turnaround!
Oh.
Well, he's gonna tactics send off, and then the
No, droplet.
send off the
gonna use
the
droplet
droplets,
too.
and then they use the turbulence effects.
So
And turbulence effects is gonna set up to 4 from the decks. We see emergency, contain, and extinguish. Wanna turn around just now. Tactics, talents.
well, the game is not quite yet over yet.
Yes,
Xian's-
there's still a long way.
Yeah.
Of course, the time is caught, but
Turbulence is such an insane card that you get 4 cards off
you
it.
get 4 cards by the
Yeah.
cost of technically 1. It's gonna and it's gonna make sure what card is he setting, and the turbulence gonna go battle phase attack and then set 4 cards to pass. I believe he's gonna pass his turns. And now after pass is going to be the turn 1 of the time card.
Xian's immediately plays up emergency.
He's not thinking much anymore. I believe he activated this during the draw phase.
Yes, before Eugene could even do anything. So
He wanted it. He wanted it, and he's gonna summon out the preventer. And of course, after resurrection, have to send 1 monster. Have to tribute 1 monster on the field. So I believe he's gonna send off the turbulence, or he just want to have much more greedy options. Yes,
No,
he wanted.
Yeah.
He wanted it. He wanted the preventer to be go off. And then summon out the airlifter.
So airlifter will get a fetch a card.
Yes. And also being able to summon out a rescue ace from the hand if opponent activates effects, if he has it. And it's gonna search for alert. And now it's in turn 1. Now it's Eugene's turn. He had 3 cards in hand. He has a lot of choices, and also the searches of the my friend if you wanted the extra copy. Eugene's thinking hard about it. Not only he has to pass through 2 monsters and also the 3 back rows which he's already know at the back. And also the tactics talent being used, know a lot of information. He bait out the informations, but now he has to bait out something that he knew he was gonna coming. And the preventer is being special summoned back from the graveyard. A Book of Moon. And we see purely streets to prevent the target's effects activated by the opponents, of course, which is the preventer and contain, I believe. He has set the contain the previous turns.
Yes, actually, pretty much all of Rescue Ace effect targets, or rather most of it, so such as Turbulence on the field, Preventer. Both of these effects targets, and
yes, and even Extinguish is also target as well if he has one. Eugene's thinking hard. It's like the smile from previous turn just instantly gone. He's thinking hard about it. And of course, still got 2 hands in Xian's side. They are both trading back and forth at this game tree. They both have quite a start and then just it's a literal turnaround. And now looking with Xian has the advantage, but you can't count out on purely just yet. We see what that deck is capable of, even going second or going to late game with that much of a material at his hands. And Preventer is gonna flip face down of purely, preventing him from doing any more, from being Xyz summoned during the main phase. Of course, your opponent have the priorities to activate first, so Preventer is gonna stop that from happening. Now gonna resolving my friend purely to reveal 3 copies. He still need to think hard because that Preventer might just the thing he's supposed to do is just close out might be the only monster he has. Gonna search out 3 copies. You can even search out the monster as well. Any purely card is available to getting search. It's gonna see 3 copies of Delicious. Now purely is being flip summoned again, of course after being set face down by the Preventer, and now he's gonna activate his effects, allowing him to Xyz summon by using the material of his hands. And of course if and of course purely activated effect just now previously before it being set to face down, and now it is flip summoned
So that's a ruling question that's going on right now. So
So if the monster is being flipped face down, and then if it is flipped face up at the same turn, it basically refreshes the effect, so he can activate its effect once more, even if it says soft once per turn. It doesn't lock it to the soft once per turn. It refreshes, so it's essentially a new monster on the field. So we're gonna choose to resolve. And now they're clearing that the effects can be activated, so he's thinking hard about what to exceed. Of course, he can go to Plump. I mean, he has enough material for Plump.
That's all we know, that he has a delicious
memory. So the other we might not know about. So he might have different options he had in mind.
Now this is a tough decision for Shinan.
And also, Eugene has to think about how to make the life points difference in the following 2 turns. He still have 1 more battle phase to go after these turns, of course. And Xian is gonna activate something in response. He looking at his back row, and he's gonna extinguish targeting the purity. And of course, his purity is being destroyed, so the Exceed summon does not occur anymore. Your monster is no longer on the field. You can't resolve, so nothing happens. Now it's Eugene's turn to make a move. He still have 3 hand cards in his hand, including 1 delicious memory. And the delicious memory has been activated. Of course, he don't have monsters on the field, so he is forced to choose monster of his opponent's field instead. It's an interesting choice to choose the opponent's monster while you wanted to just push even more. Of course, you can send it off by the other purely cards. He's thinking long and hard about it. He doesn't want to make any more mistakes. So he always choose the Airlifter instead.
And discarding Happy Feather Duster to special summon purely Lily from deck.
Yes. Also, surprised he didn't use the Feather Dusters first. Maybe he wanted to maybe he's thinking that he can play through the back row. He just keep it as the extra cost instead of just.
Yeah, I think this is a concern with purely, as in sometimes you need the discard folder to keep your engine running, so you have not much of a choice in this matter.
Yes,
especially when you do not open with a Brawl or a Beast.
Yes, you didn't plenish much of your discarded, so you have just every card is count as 1 now. Every card counts.
Alright, Happiness goes in
for the attacks, and of course gonna be searching a purity card. It is the Delicious Memory. And Chain 2 of the Happiness gonna attach it to material and bounce a spell trap to the. And then he's gained 900 life points, 900 attack points, I'm sorry, for each purely. Now he has 3, so he's gained 900, yes. And after the search, he might gain another more, depends on what he searched. So he has Delicious Memory that gains attack points. and also the playful memory, which allows him to attack monster up to the number of itself plus 1. An interesting choice of activate to search the pretty memories. Oh, he doesn't want he doesn't want it. He wants something else. And of course, activate the another copies of playful memories. Gonna attach. Now he's at 3,200 attack points. Finally dealing damage to on Shinan's sides, and of course the A purely happiness gonna search another copy of purely card from deck to the hands. What a turnaround.
Yeah, so
now it's gonna yes, he's gonna search for the pretty memory now. And now he's still thinking whether to add the pretty memory or not. Yes, he did. And he still got one more. Yes, he still got one more. After tries per turn, he can attach the quick play spell that he activated. So this is the last time. So he won't be attaching anymore. And the 3 copies of playful memories is already at happiness. Gonna search another more, and of course the airlifter cannot be destroyed by battle until the next turn, so it's gonna stay there for as long as we know. And Sleepy Memory is gonna search off by happiness. Of course, it does have the effects of preventing damage for once. Oh no, he's choose to add the delicious memory instead. And now we have 5 memories. 4 types of memories in the materials. And remember, it's gonna activate. Both player gains 1,000 life points and can summon out another purely.
purely effects resolve hitting a my friend.
Yes, it's better than adding nothing off the top trees. And we see Plum is coming to play. And Plum's gonna attach Pretty and Sleepy. And of course Pretty Memory is gonna attach the opponents as a material, and now we have 2 Exploratory Noir to up against, both with 5 materials. That is just one heck of a turnaround.
Yeah, so And to top it off, another sleepy memory.
Yes, top it off, another draw. He wanted the resources. He just wanted to secure. He wanted to make sure he gained something out of it. Six materials.
And that is game.
And that is it. Xian's pick up his card and that's just game.
Yeah, there's no way to come back from a double X Fury.
Double X Fury with, of course, 5 materials or more. Unaffected. Interruptions a lot. That is just one heck of a turnaround.
Yeah, that was a intensely tense game.
Yes, yes, it was intense. I think that's the outcome of he thinking that much during that turn. And so now we have our winners, which is Junyu to this. Congratulations for entering the next match. Of course, we're now left with the top 4 players, I believe. So the next game will start shortly. So I believe they're going to start now. I think so. Yes, they are setting up right now. So the next game is gonna start in a few seconds. I'm still recovering from the last game of that thing.
Yeah. So
the thing that only 3 cards in his hand did so many stuffs. Prevent interruptions, play through everything Xian's had on the back row, and of course he knows he has a hand trap due to the triple tactics talent, and then
extremely swingy as well. So actually, for a moment, I thought Xian had the advantage, especially when his turbulence resolved. And
he has another turbulence resolved, and of course, back row.
But I believe there's the very pivotal mistake where he uses the Preventer's effect wrongly.
Yes.
So,
and now we have our this turn's winner, Yujun.
Yes. So Yujun is our seeded player. So this is actually his first match of the tournament. 就尤俊你是种子选手对不对？
是。
所以这比赛其实就是你第一场，
是第一场。
感觉如何？
其实我中间虽然最后是因为对面打错让我捡到这把，但我其实中间我自己也打错蛮多，因为有点修太久，太紧张了一点。然后我不是一个人喜欢上直播桌的人啊，对，因为上直播真的很紧张。
So Eugene said that actually, both of them actually made plenty of mistakes in their plays. So, and since this is his first match of the day, he's actually still rather nervous for the tournament. So I think he claims that it's all down to luck that he actually managed to
kind of the situations just now. So 现在的环境你感觉个人感觉如何呢？以现在的环境，毕竟很多卡组都有机会在这环境生存，都是主流之一。
这环境真的是比较不好准备啦，真的是你的备牌怎么组都没办法很全面。对，就说实在，真的是有时候在走位上要有点运气。那当然你这个版本，我觉得你练得多的人，因为能打的卡组多，如果你每个都知道在做什么的话，那就会比较好打。对，算是对有认真练牌的人很有加分的一个环境啊。对。
And as mentioned by Eugene, as we speak before, this meta game is like a lot of deck is able to play in this format. Every deck has their chances, and according to him, you can't prepare for everything. You have to like train as much as you can, prepare for whatever you can, and just, of course, if you train a lot, there'll be a bonus point for you. And luck, of course, is one of the issues, and it's all comes down to training. Yes.
All right. We thank you, Eugene, for this interview, and it's time for him to prepare for his next match.
Next match.
好，谢谢。
谢谢，希望你
可以
继续
对，准备下一场吧，加油。All right. So now we are done for this round, and stay tuned shortly as we will begin the next round very swiftly. Alright, welcome back. So that has been an extremely long round. So this is a very short intermediate break, and we are now back with the semi-finals, I believe.
Yes,
Correct.
we are down with 4 players in our Duelist Cup 2023 live here at Singapore.
And we have this beautiful bracket for you here today.
Yes, as
you can see, our 4 players are Pokman, Santanantana,
Kwan Seong-gin, and Lee Yoo-jun from the previous featured match just now.
So these 4 players are just one more match away from winning their invitation to the World Championship, and arguably the semi-finals is going to be more stressful for them.
Yes.
It's going to be the most intense tournament that they play for the whole day.
Yes, they are almost at the peak at the mountain. So from now on, they are gonna be even more intense, even more arguably, I would say, may the best player wins.
Alright.
But of course, anything can happen.
So it seems like the players are shuffling right now, and they'll be ready pretty soon. So for this round, we have Eugene again, and his opponents will be Seong-jin. So I believe that we have actually featured these players before. So Eugene was just featured earlier, so you will know that he's playing
And of course, maybe both of them didn't know what they were playing.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, you're right. So this is because Eugene is a seeded player, so this will be the first time that both of them meet each other for the day.
And might probably Seongjin is the first time meeting Eugene because he haven't been seated.
Yes.
He was staying in the room playing the whole Swiss this morning. And I gotta give it to Eugene. He just finished a very stressful round previously, and now just less than 5 minutes, he's just back in the game.
All right, this is a part of playing a tournament. Actually, stamina is very, very important in a tournament because you'll be playing the whole day and you won't have much time for any rest at all.
Yes, of course, have to stay hydrated, drink that water, and your mind have to be stay alert for any, I would say, any circumstances that are a bit rude.
All right, and the top 4 is officially underway.
Yes,
so
we're down with 4 top players, and
Eugene won the dice roll, and he's chosen to go first.
He chose to go first. And the pre-memory is gonna activate it. Maxi is in response. It's still a powerful start, and we see the Brow is being discarded. Of course, a very optimal opening hand, but the Maxi is just on the way trading 1 card. Summoning out the Lily.
So now both monster effect will form a chain.
And of course, Dark World Brow being a compulsory effect, they have to be chaining 1.
Alright.
Our Ash Blossom is in response.
Lily
been negated. Can't fetch the purely card other than a quick spell from the deck.
So now he gets to draw a card.
He still get to draw a card for the Brow. Still get the extra bonus.
Well, on the...
we see the tactics once again.
Oh, he has
and
chosen
Eugene
to draw
chose to draw 2 cards instead. It's a pot of greed. He wanted more resources due to 2 cards being used up. And of course, having more cards in hand for purity is...
That's an interesting choice this time around. I thought he might want to look at his opponent's hand since...
Yes, of course.
Give him an idea of what his opponent is playing.
Yes, and also ripping cards from your opponent's hand and then choose not to extend even more due to opponents already played the Maxis.
But I guess he might have a rather weak opening hand and he needed the draws more than anything else.
Yes, he might want the extra like hand, maybe even hand traps, or even the resources to prepare.
So he sets 2 and pass.
So
Seongjin actually never get to draw off much from his maxi. It's basically just a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, yes, due to discard of the Ash Blossoms. So he just exchanging 1 card in returns. And Seongjin thinking hard about this. He might have the normal summon the Mudora.
Yes, that's a rather weak opening as well. Oh,
But
but
he follows up with the polymerization. He's gonna hard poly something else.
Oh, and Eugene has a maxi of his own.
Yes, his maxi has been chained, so gonna resolving. He fusioned his maxi, Mudora, and of course, one of the material is King of Swamp. So it's gonna trigger Guardian Chimera's effect to destroy 1 card and draw 2 cards.
Alright, the 2 cards might be just what he needs to.
Because he opens up mostly, I would say, hand traps.
Yeah, he opened rather weak, so none of these are tournament cards or
There's or any
Ishizu Mueller,
Ishizu
so
Mueller,
those are the starters he's looking for.
Yes.
But it seems like he has found what he needed. Foolish barrier goods. That could send Solid, that's his choice.
Yes, he sent out the Solid, and Solid's gonna fetch the Cash Chairman since it's already normal summon. You don't want to fetch Rhino Heart. And of course, having Cash Tier Elements at the hand might able to let him mill even more.
He opens with Scream first. That will allow him to mill even more.
Yes, milling a total of 6 cards if both cards resolve. And of course, due to Maxi is still ongoing on Eugene's side, so he's gonna draw a card off the Cash Tier Elements. And now Veiler's gonna be in response in Cash Tier Elements, so gonna mill 3 off a Scream, and minusing 300 attack points, 500 attack points of all opponent's monster. That is kind of.
That's arguably a miss. So
yeah, arguably a
Revelation
miss.
Synchron might be useful later on,
but
that's not what he needs right now.
Yes, not what he wanted to see.
Alright, with no further plays, he moves to the battle phase.
Yeah, straight into battle phase. Just wanna push for more damage.
Tyranus take out Lily, and Guardian Chimera goes for direct attack.
And that's a solid 3300 damage. Of course, Seongjin is still gonna mill during Eugene's turn since they have the Scream, so any summon will trigger off the Scream.
So the turn is back now to Eugene.
Back to Eugene's turn. He still have 4 cards and doing the draw phase. Of course, Seongjin has lesser cards in his hand since he used most of the materials for the Cash Tournaments and Chimera. He just exchanged off his materials. And Delicious Memory is activated. Gonna affect the Guardian Chimera and discarding Brow. We've seen a Brow second time already at this point.
So, the quick play, is it a Delicious?
Yes, he played Delicious, and during resolve he chose to apply it on Guardian Chimera effect. Since the purity cards are not target, so even with polymerization allow Guardian Chimera cannot be targeted by card effects, it's still gonna resolve, allowing the Guardian Chimera can be destroyed by battle until the end of next turns. And purely is being summoning out, gonna evacuate the top 3, see he can dig any further what he wanted.
Not to forget the Brown.
Yes, not to forget the Brown. And also the Scream is gonna be triggered in Seongjin's side, gonna mill another 3 cards and minusing 500 attack points.
Alright, there goes a chain 1, chain 2, and chain 3.
Yes, of course the chain 3 meaning 3 Vikama, Pluto Planets, and the King of Swan.
Oh, the Trikama might be useful, but that's not until his turn. So.
Yes, of course. And of course the brow, resolving the browse effects, gonna draw another card. And the Playful is added to the hand. Happy Memory, I would say. I keep saying Playful.
Alright, I mean it's having a happy time playing.
Yeah, it's having a fun time playing. And
after happy time comes sleepy time.
yes, the sleepy time is coming through. Discarding the pretty memory as well. As we can see, it doesn't have the Dark World or any discard fodder currently, so he's gonna ditch off. And opponent respond with 3V Karma. Gonna search out the field spell for preparing for next turns. And my friend Pierre is being searched out by Eugene. That's a lot of resources trade off with a bunch of cards. And then Lily's gonna use the effects to target Delicious, and the opponent responds with the Mudora, gonna shuffle 3 cards back to the deck.
So Delicious will be the
first target. He's target all the purely memories in the graveyard except for Sleepy. Not leaving any chances.
So everything goes back to the deck.
Leaving 1 Sleepy memory at the graveyards currently as we speak. And of course he still have the purely on the field to be exit summon, or we see another triple tactics talent has been activated.
The Mudora effect has enabled triple tactics talent.
Yes,
and Eugene chose to draw 2 cards again as well. So
yes, he wanted to dig more
deep into his deck.
That's a lot of triple tactics talents.
Oh, Sean Jane has enough of it.
He just
packs his cards.
He chose to pick up his cards.
Right. So
we're going to a next game.
Yeah, so that
was kind of a rough match, I believe.
Yeah, so it was a bit of back and forth where the players are just throwing Maxi at each other.
Yes, they're just throwing Maxi at each other.
And then, but I think Eugene had the advantage here since Xiongxing didn't really mill well.
Yes, he didn't mill well, and of course, Eugene activating 2 copies of the triple tactics talent. He drew 4 cards in total, and not to mention the cards he just searched. So if he activates the 3rd copy of triple tactics talent, would that be called triple tactics talent?
Actually, his build seems to be kind of an interesting greedy build. So in some sense, like there's a lot of ways to build Puri right now. So one of the way is you play more card draws effect like Beast, Brown, and triple tactics.
Yes, exactly.
And the others is you go for more hand traps. So his build, or at least his main deck build, seems to be go for the more draw effects.
Yes, he wanted the more advantages, wanted the draw, wanted the extra hands. Everything is just draw all the way. Reminds me of the old Dark World. He just wanted to draw regardlessly. He just wanted to draw. And of course, purely a deck is very vulnerable to hand traps, so it's very easy to trigger off the triple tactics talents. And also a conflict situation if you want to activate the purely quick spell during the draw phase in order to prevent draw and lock birds. But if you do so, you can't trigger the triple tactics talents anymore since you're not in the main phase. So both players have decided their side decks, and now we are checking both players' side deck. Of course, don't want the incidents of previous Swiss to happen. Previous game, I believe. Previous game, not previous Swiss. By missing a card. And of course, the extra deck has to be checked as well. Need to double confirm the amounts, of course. Now I have to Eugene have to table shuffle first. He don't want most of the things he played previous turn just coming together. Drew it all at same thing all at once. It's not the outcome you wanted.
So Xiongjin is now up against the ropes, but he looks surprisingly calm. I think he has a plan.
Yes, I think he just I think he's one of the players that's like you can't tell what he's thinking of. You don't know what his face expression is gonna come out. It's like stone cold all the way.
Alright, that's one of the mentality of a top player.
Yes, of course. There's a level that is too high yet to achieve, and that just show how strong of a player they are. Now I believe Seongjin is gonna go first. Yes, he tilted his head for a while. I don't know what that means. We can't tell anymore.
Yeah,
we can't tell. We can't tell
That's
anymore.
a rather ambiguous expression.
Yes.
It could be that's a good hand or
it's just
that's a terrible
just
hand.
a terrible hand. we have no idea anymore.
Okay. He opens with King of the Swarm.
Swarm, yes. Fetch out the polymerization before it get mute accidentally. That would be pretty bad.
But since he's going first and Eugene has no cards on his field, he can't do the Garden Chimera thing again.
Yes, he can. I mean, he can activate the polymerization, just not Garden Chimera. If he has other options, he might. Well, we see the other tactics being played by Seongjin instead.
3 purely cards and 1
Purely cards
maxi.
and 1. And of course, the 2 purely is being drew at Eugene's opening hand. Surprisingly. And he chose to shuffle back the pretty memories.
Leaving Eugene with a handful of monsters.
Yes, the two purelies and the 1 maxi. Of course, maxi has to be deal with next turns. Of course, this turn due to Lockbird is activated, so maxi can't be activated anymore. Neither players can add cards from deck to their hand separately, but it doesn't stop them from extending even more. And Revolution Effect's gonna mirror the top decks. So we're going to see a Chaos Ruler, I believe. And he just goes for it. Yes, he goes for the
Chaos Ruler indeed.
Yes,
so he can't add any cards to hand due to draw and Longbird, so this will be just excavating 5 and sending all to the graveyard.
Yeah, he's just gonna excavate the top 5 since he can't add anything, so he just resolve as just mill 5. Just for the effect, mill 5. Yes, mill 5.
Yeah, and hit Agido and it's gonna mill 5 again. And
Yes,
now
mill
he
5,
hits all the juicy stuff.
Yes, we see all of the. That is one heck of a graveyard, I believe. And also Shadow Beast can't trigger due to Lockbird is already resolved. And we see a lot of cash tier elements is being milled. And for Eugene's side is milling bunch of hand traps. And now Seongjin's still thinking wanted to go even further, or can he even? Oh yes, he can resolve the Merly because he have the King of Swords in the graveyards.
Alright, he's going for it.
He's going for the cash tier element first, and then resolving the Merly, kind of fusion summon using itself and the King of Swamp.
So this gives him 2 options, either Rukalos or Dark World Grapha.
And of course, Eugene's hand intel is being well known by Seongjin, so he knows what he's up against. All you need to do is he able to prevent those possibilities to happen. like you said, he can go for Grafa or Rukalos. Either is have their respective use against that kind of situations. Now with 2 cards left in Seonggin's hand, he don't want to waste that much. Of course, he can't guarantee if he can prevent for anything because we still don't know what Eugene gonna draw during his turn. And of course, the Revolution Synchron is already being used, so he can climb back up to Linkai even more. And the Grafa has been played instead of Rokalos. And now he still have 2 cards if he's want to extend, or he just passes his turn. We don't know what his hand is. And of course, no searching can be done these turns. Yes, he passes his turns. And purely is summon and activates effect, and then
Seonggin goes for Dark World's
Grapha's effects, and then discarding Kelbeck. Both players had a really nice meal. For Eugene, he just has the Shadow Beast, of course, to get the extra draws. While in Seonggin's side, he milled the Keldo and the Shailins.
As well as, is that another Kashtira Tyramans?
Oh yes, there is another copies of Karsh Tyraman, allowing him to mill another 2 cards. Everything just comes together so suddenly. Seonggin's thinking about it. He don't want to place the chain so recklessly. He might affect the outcome. Now Seonggin decides to make the chain links.
So Eugene responds with his Maxi.
As Seonggin's already supposed to be earlier, he had a peek on it with the triple tactics talent. And now Trivikama is gonna banish itself to search for Salik. And now he's gonna resolve. Now gonna resolving the Cash Tyramans and Tyraman Shailins. Is to mill 2 and return to the bot deck and fusion. He's thinking about it, what to fusion summon. I think he has not many choices because he can just use the King of Swamp to replace one of the fusion material and go for Rukalos, I believe. Yes, it is Rukalos. And then the mill 2 is he milled the Mudora.
So now he has both Shuffler in the graveyard.
Yes, he has both Shuffler, Mudora, and Keldo in the graveyard. And for Eugene's side, he's draw 1 due to the effects of Shadow Beast, giving him extra hand cards. Eugene he has used up his normal summon, but he still have a lot of things in his hand due to the Maxi and the beast to draw 2 cards from his decks. Yeah, and of course Maxi no longer at the hand, so from Seonggin's side he might have to face a new hand off of Eugene's sides. And now we go through the deeply thought thinking that he did on the previous round, I believe. He's thinking long and hard and then just come back for in all of a sudden.
Eugene activates the effect purely.
And Seonggi is going to respond with Rukalos. In response of negate the effects of containing special summons. And Eugene has a responder in his hand. He was thinking what to respond in the effects of Rukalos. And we can see he's playing the happiness. It's gonna prevent purely being destroyed by card effect once until the end of next turns. So the effect is still gonna be negated, but it's not destroyed. So as resolved, still depending on Eugene want to discard a hand to special summon from that, or he choose not to, just wanted to prevent being destroyed parts. And he choose to resolve all the effects by discarding Draw and Lockburst. Of course, they're gonna summon a Purely or another Purely. And then Purely is gonna activate this effect to excavate the top 3 to dig another more Purely cards.
Well, whether this hit or miss is gonna make a very big difference in this game.
Yes, yes, he did.
So.
And then excavate the top 3. You see Ash Blossom, Delicious, and Vader. That no choice. That's the. Delicious Memory is added to the hand, and of course it is a second copy of Purely. The newly summoned can still use this effect to exit summon using cards from the hand, and of course it's a soft once per turn. If you have a new copy, you can use it regardlessly. There's a lot of trade we see just now. We just one negation, and in the result of both milling 10 cards. Yes. And now we see the LL is being summoned up.
It's going for a direct attack.
And he can attack up to the number of the exist material he has. So he can attack twice with 400 attacks. Total of 800 damage. And we're gonna entering the main phase 2. We're gonna see a Zeus coming down on the field.
He's going to stack the downert first.
Yeah, stack the downert. Of course, we see the Zeus being played. For, of course, downert being the extra materials.
Alright, Zeus right in the middle of the field.
He checking the graveyard. Don't want to send everything to the graveyard and then triggers something that he don't want it. Also, this is the first time we see Zeus hits the field. Maybe it's been quite a long day, and I think this is the first time we saw Zeus hitting the field.
Right, Zeus effects activates and wipes the board. So.
And then Rukalos is gonna come back due to the effects. It's been sent to the graveyard by card effects. It can itself, and of course Maxi gonna allow Yujun to draw another cards. So if he has any more purely memories, he can choose to extend even more. And of course, Rukalos already uses his effect. I believe it's a hard once per turn, so he don't have to worry about the Rukalos. Of course, if you want to touch the grave, we have the Mudora and Keldo and the graveyards as the interruptions, shuffling those needed back to the deck or those unwanted back to the deck. He's thinking want to wipe up the Rukalos as well.
And he goes for
yes,
it.
he did. He's go for it. He don't want to see any of those like get out.
Carlos is taken out, so
the Pure Leap is activated from the graveyard.
To shuffle back,
is purely monsters back to the decks. It's kind of a tricky situation because you don't want to waste your monsters that much. You want to use them all over again. And we see playful memories, happiness, not playful. I keep saying playful.
Happy memory discarding the field card. So
Yeah,
going for
card.
Fury Lily and fetching
my friend
in turn. Yeah.
Yes.
So
in the continuous spell, he's going to dig even more further.
Yes. Well, he goes with Fury Lily first.
And of course,
baits out the
Mudora or Keldo.
Yeah.
And Mudora is gonna target the first target, of course, the delicious memory. He was thinking to shuffle back its own stuff. Shuffle back the Kash Theorements and the field spells. So now Lily's effect resolved. Nothing's gonna happen because the target is gone. So it ends up fizzles. And my friend purely is gonna pay 500 life points to dig whichever is needed. Are we gonna see 3 copies of Delicious? No. Oh no, the last copy is gonna be pretty memory instead. And it's randomly chosen. His opponent doesn't know what he searched because it's random and you don't have to reveal it. And then he passes his turns. Now is Seonggin's side.
So Seonggin only has 3 cards in his hands, but there might be still a few couple of effects that he could activate from his graveyard.
Yes, we still have the Chaos Ruler being able to summon it back by banishing a light and dark, and a free level 8 body on a field. And of course the one Salik searched off by the effects of Trivikama previous turns. And we see Effect Veiler has been normal summoned now. And we're gonna go for a level 9 play. It should be a Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, or he has something else in his mind.
And
yes,
that is exactly it.
Exactly, Hot Red.
Here it goes in.
And chooses to negate the effects of Divine Arizona Aezus, prevent him from adding materials when the card you control is destroyed other than him, and not allowing him to attach any much more materials in the further nodes as we know.
And that's all for Seonggin's turn.
That's all for Seonggin's turn. They set out and pass. It's now back to Eugene. He's still got things up in his mind. And then
starts off with my friend, I believe.
Yes, he started with my friend, paying 500 life points. It's gonna choose 3 purely cards from the decks and gonna reveal it.
I believe he has depleted most of his quick phase spells, so he's just pretty much throwing out whatever that's left in the deck.
Whatever that's left in the decks. Yeah. What you give me, I'm just gonna take.
Yeah.
So anything goes now. Also interesting choice of heart rate. Choose not to negate the my friend purely. There's still a lot of cards left in Eugene's hand, so he has a lot of choices. And we see the purely has been normal summon, and of course heart rate is gonna negate it. Didn't even hesitate to wait.
Yeah.
And to wait, I think just straight for heart rate in response.
I think the thing with hot rate is that it negates a face-up card on the field, right?
Yes.
So in this case, not only do you negate the effect to excavate, it also prevents purely from using the other effect to summon as well.
Yes.
So this is a pretty good negation actually. But on the other hand, Seonggin doesn't have much of an option, so he's down to just 3 cards.
Yes, he's down to 1 heart rate, 1 back row, and one card at hand. The face down card probably will be Salik.
Yes, I believe so.
We see the delicious memory is gonna activate it, discarding sleepy memory. We're gonna see a second copy of purely gonna summon out. Yes, the purely is gonna summon out. I'm gonna continue to excavate the top decks, of course, grinding even more, digging even more. How many purely cards left in the deck? We have no idea. Now we see a miss from Eugene's sides. But we see I think he's grind out mostly a lot of the purely quick spells, so there's not much of options for him to open from the top decks. After being milled by the Agido and Kelbeck. And the second copy of purely gonna use this effect to attach from the hand. Okay, now time is called. So starting Seonggin's turn is gonna be turn 1, now it's gonna be turn 0 in Eugene's side. And Zeus and
Beauty.
Beauty
Fury Beauty.
Beauty is gonna go for the direct attacks, resulting a 4600 attacks of damage. There's not much for Eugene's to do. I believe he chose to passes his turn.
Eugene is pretty much out of cards, so he has depleted his main deck of Fury spells and extra deck as well. So like he has no more Zeus. And
He's literally run out of the resources as we think.
So, ooh, Quan Xiong opens with a snow, and it's negated by Beauty.
The Beauty instead, and then go straight to battle phase. And Snow White is gonna attack through because it has 1850 attacks, and of course by doing so he's gonna and of course my friend Pure is gonna trigger it by adding three different names quick play spell of Purity.
So,
because he's doing the damage step, so Keldo can't be activated.
And
Seongkin decided to pick up his card. I think he didn't realize that he can't use the Keldo's effects to prevent them from replenish.
No, I mean that's been rewind and corrected, but he has no more plays left. So
yes, he's left with one hand cards and one Snow White.
So
and one Snow White. Of course, he didn't.
That was a long game.
That was a long game.
Eugene managed to seize
he
the
managed
victory he needed.
to grind it out.
Yeah,
He almost out of quick play spell from there, as we can see just now.
He's out of almost everything.
Yes, if minus the last card he added from the deck, he left like two quick play spells. It would be a exhausted match if this keeps going on without the time call.
So we'll be welcoming him back
We'll be
again for
welcoming
another
him back
round
again
of
for another round of interviews.
So
I will be welcoming back Eugene back to the field. So 我们又见面了。
对，还好可以再跟你见面一次。
所以 这轮其实是全比赛中最重要的一轮，这个是关系到
世界赛资格。
对对，所以你因为这一场，然后就恭喜你，你获得了世界赛的资格。
谢谢，
所以
这辈子的梦想。
对，所以你现在感受如何？
要是不是在主播台，我可能哭了吧。因为对我来讲，是我玩游戏王一直以来的梦想。对，
好，
那你应该感谢我们，不让你哭吧。
好，所以其实你还有多一轮比赛要做。其实你之前已经获得了就冬季的冠军，
是。
所以这次有没有想拿到就是本赛的冠军？
有，我都跟人家说最后一场
亚洲本赛的大军。
不过我很清楚啊，到了这里，
所以下一场还会努力。
当然还是非常想要赢。
对，就是机票拿到了，可是奖杯也要。
对，
我全都要。
All right, so we have interviewed with Eugene, and basically what we said just now was that this is the most important match of the whole tournament because the champion and the finalists, basically the top 2 players of this tournament, will earn an invitation to the World Championship. And since Eugene has won his semi-finals, he has secured himself an invitation to the World Championship. And he expressed his gratitude and happiness in that this has been his lifelong dream of attending the World Championship, and he has succeeded so. But not just that, he also said that in addition to that, he also wants to win this Duelist Cup as well. So he's going all the way for the championship. So we wish him the best of luck and stay tuned for the finals next.
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Konami. Konami.
Welcome back. We are now at the finals of the Duelist Cup 2023. It has been a really, really long day and we are down to these two players. So, who we have here in the finals with us are Santanatana and Lin Yujin, as we have seen in our previous match. So, these two players have actually earned their invitation to the World Championship, but now they are playing for another title, the title of the Asia Champion. So, this is still a rather important match to them, and they will want to win this Duelist Cup and add another title to their name.
Yes,
So
they both grind a lot, and they've been through a whole day, and of course they want to achieve the total goal, of course gaining the titles, and it's been a tough days for them.
Yeah.
They have to grind a lot. Of course, Eugene just played like 2 games today.
Yeah. So let's switch over to the players
over
cam
to
and
the
see
players.
how they are
Yes.
doing right now. So they are shuffling.
Yes, we now on the finals.
Mm.
It's all come down to this,
So
and
for players who have been following our stream for the day, you should be familiar with these two players since we have featured them previously.
yes, both of
So-
them sit with us here
Yeah.
before, and not sure if they're familiar with each other's decks, but we'll see soon enough.
Mm.
And as we noticed that Lim Yu Jun has played non-stop 3 rounds, round after round. He's been in the feature match.
Alright, here comes
Yes.
the dice roll.
Here comes the dice roll. Rolling a 4 from Santana. And
Alright,
on Yu Jun's side, we have the 3.
3. Oh, a very
Yes.
close one.
we can see the intense emotion from both players. Now Santana has the first move. And of course activating the Rights of Aramis here. Chain Maxi in response.
Eugene let out a green when he chained with the Maxi.
Change the Maxis, of course. No respawn
And
in.
there's a even bigger smile from him right now, knowing that his Maxi has
Maxi's gonna go
resolved.
through. Yes.
Yes.
There's one big smile over there. But of course, opening the Rights of Aramis here is also a powerful beginning. Of course, you can fetch the Draco set and the Illegal Knight, while Illegal Knight being able to summon out as a quick effect during either player's main phase. So you can choose not to extend here, or you just have to wait for your opponents to make a move.
Well, we have to see if Santana wants to commit further, or just play it safe and cause it for a turn.
And we see the illusionist effects have been activated. It's gonna fetch a card that is listed Dark Magician in its name, in its card text. So it's gonna fetch the Magician's Souls. And I'm gonna put back any cards he wants back to the top of the decks. Of course, in Resolve the effects, you not necessarily have to put back the Illusionist. You can put back any card you want. So of course he chooses to activate the Magician's Souls now to summon out, and of course Eugene's gonna draw another card.
So this triggers Journey's effect, and he's going to add Draco back from deck to hand. So I believe he might choose to activate Journey again. Yeah, this time adding
a monster from
Illegal Knight.
Yes, he chooses for the Illegal Knight.
And lightly discarding
Draco pack as we speak, because that would be the mostly
Standard play.
standard simple play standards.
And Draco back comes back equipped to the Adventurer token.
And do we going to see? Oh yes, he's gonna send off the
Adventurer spells
Adventurer
and
spell and traps. Gonna
to draw 2 cards.
Then draw 2 cards. Eugene has a response. Of course, he was told to
He's
hold
thinking
it,
about
thinking
it.
about it.
But he decides to ash it after all.
Ash it.
So
And of course, passes. Santanantana passes his turn. And he still have the illegal knights at his hand. Although he didn't extend much, but illegal knight can be interrupted as the opponent turns as well. He can summon it out as a quick effect during the main phase, and bounce the monster and give his control to opponents. And we see
he opens with a pretty memory.
And gain 1000 life points for both players. So anyway, he has a response with the Maxi, and of course another Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom is response.
So Eugene has 2 Ash Blossoms.
Yes, he had the Ash Blossoms, or he just drew it due to the Maxis.
Seems like the stars are aligned for him in this game.
Yes, he has a strong opening with the Maxi with no response, and of course discarding the delicious, summoning out the Lily. It's gonna fetch him another card. He chose to fetch my friend purely. And activating my friend purely, paying the cost of 500s.
Santanantana shows that okay.
Shows okay. Yes, he's going to resolve my friend purely. Gonna fetch him. This is a 3-in-1, so you're not, unless you have 3 copies of the same cards. Otherwise, you're just gonna randomly add one. So technically not a pinpoint search, I believe. And we are back with the thinking toss. Of course, purely it's not an easy deck to play. It's every step, every card you search, of course, has its motive, and it could lead to different outcomes. We see 2 happiness,
and
3. Yes, they have the 3 copies of the same name. Then it's fine.
So it seems like Eugene might be trying to go for the game distance. So Happy Memory will lead into E-Purely Happiness, which is one of the key cards for Puri that could do multiple attacks in one turn.
Yes.
Due to its effect of Happy Memory to attack an additional turn, while Happiness would then search for another one, so you can rinse and repeat this.
Rinse and repeat at least thrice per turn.
Yep.
And Santanantana choose to summon out Illegal Knight at this moment. So we're gonna resolve. We're gonna summon out the Plump. And of course, Plums has the quick effect to attach 2 spell traps from either player's graveyard. So yes, he has the right amount, but so he targets Artemisia and the Pretty Memories.
So Illegal Knight is activated in response.
Bounce back 2 cards to the hands and giving the control to opponents. think that is crucial as well, since he sent back the My Friend Purely, so he's not gonna add back 3 different spells from the graveyard due to Plum Leaps the Field. Oh, another triple tactics talent has been activated. It's been the MVP.
Oh.
It's been the MVP curse for
Yeah.
Yujun.
Yeah, so Santana Tana takes a quick concede.
Yes, he pick up his
so
cards.
he's gonna keep his hand a secret, and
He's not gonna give up any more intels. He's already given more than enough.
Yep. So
and we see a lot of triple tactics talent play by Yujun as well. It's really like the savior of his deck. That Maxi really changed a lot of things because of it resolved. That 2 draws might just the card he needed it.
so I think it's more than that. So because now he knows that what. No, not that he knows, but rather that was the bigger importance of Maxi is that he punishes Santana Tana from overextending. So it basically forces his opponent to make a very conservative minimalistic board while he himself gets to go all out.
And also preventing your opponent from doing much, forces him to end his turn.
So they are already shuffling. Seems like they're done siding. Pretty fast one.
Pretty fast. I think they know each other decks pretty well. Knows what card is has the most effective use against each other.
So both players are smiling. So they're going to be World Championship teammates.
Yes, they're gonna be teammates.
Yeah.
And also a good way to learn about each other's decks, since yes, they're gonna be teammates, but they're most likely gonna meet each other's kind of decks in the furthermore when there go and there's a go on. Of course, both decks are like in the radar, I believe, but Adventurous Synchron is kind of off the radar a bit. Not a lot of people are aware of it. It's a very rare deck to see. Yes.
Right.
Yes, and Santana Tana just asked his opponent to let him play cards he wanted to play.
So
he started with the second game, and of course Santana Tana is choose to go first. And you just puts down his hand. He's not look much more further. And of course, Santana is thinking long and hard about it, since that kind of combo that is not that easy to play. You have to make every choices as much as possible.
all right, here comes the first card, Small World.
Here comes Small World.
Small World resolves.
Small World resolves, and revealing
Draw and Lockbird.
Draw Lockbirds. So it's gonna breach to another monster and then add the third targets. So you're gonna add Stardust Synchron. Of course, reading the text of Stardust Synchron, want to make sure this didn't miss out any text. And then Stardust Synchron is being summoned, gonna fetch a spell trap that is listed Stardust in his name. Because activating the Stardust Illumination, gonna send one Stardust monster from deck to the graveyard. Or if you control Stardust or a Synchro monster that is a Stardust Dragon, you just summon it instead. So you choose to send another Stardust Synchron from the deck. And also it has the effects in the graveyard. You can banish it and then target one Stardust monster you control. You can increase or decrease its level by 1 until the end of turn.
Oh, Eugene has a Maxi
It has a
again this time
Maxi
round.
in response on Stardust Synchron's effects, and of course Ash Blossom.
But no this time.
Yes, he says,
Santana has,
no.
has enough of Maxi.
Yes, he says no this time. He's not gonna let him draw even further. Yeah, let me play the game.
Yes.
You can see the smile on Santana's face. He finally have the response from Maxis. And of course, can activate the Stardust Trails effects. If your monster you control is tributed, you can also discard from hand or graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. So it's just gonna come down. And of course, both player has neither of the interactions for now, and we have Synchro into Chaos Ruler. We see a lot of Chaos Ruler today.
Oh,
and another
Eugene has a
Ash Blossom as
oh.
He has the Call by the Grave. Yes, the answer to Maxi and Ash as well.
Yeah, so here comes the 5 cards.
Yes. Activate the top 5.
Seems pretty decent.
So in decent, we have the add target, which is the Assault Synchron.
Foolish Barrier, Tune In, Enchantress, and Jet Synchron.
Jet Synchron. And this time he has the answer to everything that Eugene throw at him. And Enchantress gonna fetch a Armistice of Rights. And of course, finally we can saw it in Santana's face. I said, let me play the game. And he did. Making full advantage of the cards he is added in the process. And of course, you choose to extend even more at this time. Yes, also Synchro is gonna come down and take 700 life points. And if he's summoned by this method, he's gonna force to only special summon Synchro monster as long as his card is face out on the fields. And only when this card is face out on the field. Of course, if it's gone, it doesn't lock to that requirement anymore.
So 2 and 8.
So at 2 and 8.
Straight for 10.
Yes, we're gonna see it once again. No, he chose to go even further. Interesting choice. He's gonna be Dispeter instead.
Dispeter will bring back Stardust Trail.
And then uses a Jet Synchron and discarding the Unleashed of Right instead. Of course, we're gonna see.
5, so we see the
Junk Speeder. Junk Speeder.
Yeah, Junk Speeder. Oops.
And then he's gonna plenish the field. That's a lot of monsters. all the tuners. It's a tuner all-star deck from what we see in this view. And of course, Eugene just can't do anything about it. He's already used his hand trap and is clenching his fist right now.
So
at this point, he can even grind to even more of a extend even more since the tuners and going to synchro into something that is non-tuner, and then can climb even more.
yeah, pretty insane to think that he was down to his last card, Chaos Ruler, and
Yes, and
all this appears just out from the 5 excavate.
Yeah, his Chaos Ruler just make the miracle happens. And he still think about it. He still think what to synchro, of course. And of course, this is not the link climb. You can just use any 2 monsters to go on. You have to requirement of the levels combined, and also the requirements of tuner and non-tuner. And we see a
3 and 5.
3 and 5.
So it's going for an 8.
Level
Which 8 will be XL Synchron.
Yes, the Stardust XL Synchron. Well, it is a Stardust deck,
so it's so that will allows him to bring back another level
tuner.
2 tuner.
He's gonna bring back another Assault Synchron. And he's gonna go even further. Mostly it's just 8 plus 2 is the Baroness de Fleur, or he has something else in mind. You wanna go even further than currently. I believe Jung Speeder has no after effects, right? After you summon other tuners, where you just get to lock into synchros.
Well, that's not much of an issue since
he's gonna go even more.
It's purely a synchro deck.
Yes, Jung.
Santana Tana activates the XL Synchron Stardust Dragon's effect, tributing itself.
To make a Stardust.
And synchros immediately.
Into
Baron de Fleur.
Into Baron de Fleur. And gonna trigger the Assault Synchron's effect, gonna bring back the Stardust XL because it is tribute itself, so you can bring back by the effects of. And he's gonna use the effects of illumination to change the level of Stardust XL Synchron, and to make Cypherem Omega. He's gonna rip out one of his hands. So I can rip out one of the hands. It's gonna be purely. And the Revelation Synchron is gonna summon it out back from the graveyards. Becoming a level 1, and Baroness to destroy the Assault Synchron. That's just special summon. And of course now we gotta see a Light and Dark Banish for the Chaos Ruler, I believe. Yes, Chaos Ruler is gonna come back. And we're gonna see a level 9. Yes, we see the Heart Rate Dragon Archfiend. And then he passes his turn. And I pass Oh, another purely is being summoned out. Gonna activate this effect to evacuate top 3. So which cards are gonna respond in? I believe gonna go for. Yeah, he's thinking hard. We don't want to use the wrong card to negate it. Of course, heart rate being activated, and of course Eugene pick up his cards. He can't go any further.
He can't beat that, so
he can't
we are going into game
into
3.
a game,
the
a
final
decisive game
yes.
3.
So Santana Tana finally gets to play the game.
Yeah, yes, the first Maxi was responding with the Ash, let me play the game, and of course the call by allow him to play the game again. A really intense match, not gonna lie. Now both is gonna fight for their final game. That a lot of things on the line. Also,
so Eugene is done, showing a 15 card side deck.
Yes, I believe Eugene is already done. That was kind of fast to change the side deck.
I think that's the case for Puri, because Puri you need to run a lot of the Puri card itself, so the deck kind of the build itself.
Yes.
Yeah, so you really the rest of the space your standard tag spots, and that's where you switch around your hand traps.
Yes, and also it's kind of make it easier to side out because you don't want to touch any of your main deck's card. You want to touch the like hand traps, the extra pluses, etc.
So, not to mention that Eugene gets to choose to go first this time around, right?
Yes, he does have to have the chance to put up the board. Since you go first, you have the advantages.
So yeah, he can cut down on hand trap this time around to go for more offensive plays, such as running more of those Shadow Beast and Dark World
Brawls. Just want to draw more.
Yeah, just keep cooking.
Yes. Just go on even more. I want to draw. I want to draw. I mean, just draw.
All right. Both players are done siding.
Done siding, and
so
now
they are shuffling their opponent's
they're
deck.
shuffling each other's decks. Okay, it all comes down to this final game, the decisive match. I can even hear the crowd screaming in my ear. Maybe just me. I am the crowd. And of course, Eugene choose to go first. For going first, you have the. Sometimes you need to have those quick play spell that you can activate even if you empty fuse. Of course, that will be gaining advantages for yourself. But Eugene choose to start with the Lily first. Maybe you don't have the requirement for the periodic quick spell you have in his hand, so he's gonna fetch my friend Purely and gonna excavate 3 of the
Sleepy Memory.
And one of these is gonna add it to a hand. Sleepy Memory is activated. It's gonna discard a cost, and it's gonna be Purely. We don't get to see the brow, probably. very smooth opening from Yujun's side. Not an interaction from Santana Tana yet. So the pretty memory is gonna be added to the hands. I don't think he has much of a choice since it's either this or another copy of my FM Purely. And Lily's effect is gonna attach the Sleepy from the graveyard and gonna goes into E Purely Noir. He still have the pretty memories of the hand, so if you want to extend even more, he has the option to do so.
Oh, at the minimum, he will want to fetch out Pure Elite, and he does so.
And he does so, and with the delicious memory instead becoming a much more bigger monster on the field.
Yeah, and he chooses to use his special summon.
And to discard the Nibiru.
Oh, I see. So he's not going that greedy actually. So even though he's going first, he's still choosing to keep all the hand traps in his deck.
Yes, he still plays very precautious style.
No,
You don't want to miss out.
That does make sense because so you get a lot of card draws from Sleepy Memory, but to take advantage of those card draws, you need to be able to draw into hand traps.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so
in order to interact during opponent's
so
turns.
yeah, drawing into a Nibiru is much better than drawing into a Brow.
Yes, of course. Drawing into a Brow and then
during the opponent's turn is no use to you.
It didn't have that much of a use as you know about. And we see an Axis play from Yujin's side.
So it's gonna make a rank 1. It's gonna bring out Liu Sik.
Yes, you're going to bring out the new lyrical monsters, and it is called the Recite Sterling. Or Assemblum Robin it is called in the TCG. And for people who don't know what this card does, you gain 500 attacks for each material, and your opponent special summon a monster. You can detach a material and return that special monster to the hand. It's a compulsory evacuation device on special summon.
CP Memory draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards. And of course, pre-memory is gonna activate it and to attach itself. And giving Iperi Noir a extra materials. And the Pure Leap is gonna make the Experi Noir
into the
Experi Noir and then to draw even more cards.
So yes, another 2 more draws from the Sleepy Memory.
And
Santana finally goes
open
into
the Enchantress. And there's a very thick material of Experi Noir over there, and not to mention the LL monster over there. I keep
Reciter Starling,
or Assemble Robin in TCG names.
Oh, wait, oops, I got it wrong name.
Assemble Robin, yeah. Assemble Robin as is in TCG's name, and it acts as a 2 compulsory evacuation device, and it actually has a 35, but it only works on the Lyrilless effect, so it doesn't matter of that. And of course, choose to concede because he can't break the boards anymore, and of course he show his hand. Most of his hand are all combo and extenders. He can't go even more further, and Yojun takes the game. He takes the game, and of course he's taking the title as he wanted to. He says his dream come true.
All right, we would like to welcome Eugene back
once again.
back to the interview table again. 所以 Eugene 没想到默默我们连上次就接到你了，
太好了，太好了。
你就觉得就终于就不止打进了世界赛，还赢得了这次的决斗者杯2023亚洲总决赛冠军，感觉如何？
虽然之前都跟朋友说赢2场就好，
对。
不过打到这里还是很想赢第3场的，对。
所以你现在不只是个亚洲冬季的冠军，而且还是就亚洲的主赛冠军了，所以就下一步是不是世界冠军？
因为拿世界冠军，我觉得真的不是要非常多机遇拿，但如果可以的话，真的是我这辈子已满足了。
All right, so as we are saying, so we have the luck of seeing Lin Yujin at the winners table 3 times in a row, meaning he has an incredible run. So making from the top 8 all the way to the finals. So as we mentioned earlier before, he was the Asia Winter Champion, but now he is also the Duelist Cup 2023 Asia Finals main event champion. So he's really excited and happy that he has won both Asia championship, and so the next step will be the World Championship. And when asked about that, he says he has a very conservative and humble reply that he thinks that the World Championship is going to take a lot of effort and luck to get there. So he's not sure whether he's going to be able to do so, but he will still do his best.
现在你现在真的是很想哭出来了吗？很真的。He's almost gonna cry. 忍着吧，忍着是真的，忍着。其实就你也是为了这个也筹备了不少吧？应该
是这几个月，这1-2个月几乎都一直在玩牌，
都在练牌，
对，都在练牌。上个礼拜这几个礼拜连假什么的，全部都拿来打牌了。
所以你 P 力打了多久？
当初大概在2-3月那个时候，就是一衰还最强的时候，我有组来玩呐。对，但当初因为一衰明显还是比较强，所以我主要是练一衰。但因为这个牌当初我想就是6月的决赛蛮有机会上场的，就开始练。对，那到4月之后就一直都有在练，因为我4月表之后就是这个牌感觉是 T1 嘛，那就一直在练。对，那这1-2个月有在练一些其他的牌啦，像是 RS， 白银城，然后包括60 DGS 意识牌那些，其实都有练过。对，那最后其实我大概还有意识牌这个选择啊。对，不过最后我决定还是拿比较符合我个性的纯爱手中比较稳定的牌。对。
All right. Eugene mentioned that actually he's been playing Puri back in February and March, basically during the Theoremans format. So even then, Theoremans was overpowered. He's been testing this out, but it wasn't good enough. So until when the April format rolls by and Purely finally has a chance to shine, he's been playing Purely ever since. So even though he mains Purely, he's been trying out every other deck like Rescue Ace, Labyrinth, and even Theoremans to have a few other deck, but eventually he still came back to Purely.
然后至于下一个就镜子表，你感觉如何？就出来好像不伤吧？对你的角度来说，
其实以我的角度，我自己觉得蛮伤的啦。虽然这几天比赛好像日本那边出来说还是蛮多的，对，但我自己的观点很伤，对，
就觉得说这次应该不是禁止，限制对卡的吧，对吧？
对，我是觉得还是能玩啊，对，只是我自己觉得，我觉得这个表应该是一衰最强，是
依然是一衰最强吗？
我觉得一衰无人能挡，对，
怎么他还在啊？
真的。
那你现在有什么感想想对大家说的吗？在直播上
感谢直播一直在看我、支持我的人，对，然后这阵子陪我练牌，对，包括有一些朋友，当初有些牌已经拆掉了，但因为我想跟那个牌对练，他就帮我组回来，然后有些朋友假日也都一直陪我在练习，对，真的很感谢这些朋友们，对，谢谢。
Well, as mentioned from Eugene, what he thought about the July ban list, he says, well, the best deck is Tier Elements. Well, aside of that, he mentioned that he wants to thank all of his friends to train with him, building different other decks to, in order just to train with him. He show his gratitude. He's almost cried. He's almost cried. He almost cried out. We don't want to make him cry. And yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah.
It is.
So that's all we have for now, and we'll be switching over to the prize presentation.
Yes, we'll be giving out the prize to the finalists, and here we go. And once again, congratulations.
Yes, 恭喜恭喜！
恭喜！谢谢！
我要跟冠军握手，恭喜！
这样和冠军握手，这个可能以后错过就没了。这个，
上次也握过冬季赛的时候。
哦，你还记得？
还记得。
对 ，so。Alright, so now we'll be having our prize presentation. So first up, we have we have Takashi-san on stage, the managing director of Konami Digital Entertainment Hong Kong, and he'll be presenting the prize to Sang Pok-man, the 4th place winner for the Duelist Cup 2023. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Sang Pok-man.
Alright.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So next up,
we have the other players in the 3rd, 4th place.
Yeah.
Guan Xiong-yin. Congratulations on making top 4.
Top 4
in Duelist Cup. Finally, we have our finalist. So he'll be one of the representatives to the World Championship 2023. Santana Tana Runos Pansut Kunsi.
And we'll be at 2nd place. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
For getting 2nd place.
And finally, the other player that will be going to the World Championship and our champion for today's Duelist Cup, Lin Yu Jin.
Congratulations to Lin Yu Jin. A valiant effort to the players who made it this far.
So congratulations to all of them.
To all of them, of course, they all grinding so much. They work hard, grind to blood, sweat, and tears in order to get here.
Yes. So yes, so we invite all the top 4 players back on stage again. We'll have a group photo for all the top 4 players. Congratulations to these players in making this far into this tournament.
And of course, we want to, and of course, give it up for the finalists of the day. A valiant effort.
So.
It's yet been a round of applause. I almost cried myself. What the heck?
Yeah. Oh, what a touching moment.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So, all right. So.
来到新加坡，我非常的兴奋，因为上一次是线上决斗，那这次是直接飞到新加坡来比赛，所以我非常的紧张。对于明天的比赛，我非常有信心，因为我上次线上杯拿过1次冠军，所以我觉得这次实体应该也没什么问题。
大家好，我是林佑俊，我是2020年冬季亚洲赛冠军，然后这次前来比夏季赛，对。来到新加坡，这是我第2次来了。那上一次来的时候是2019年 YOT 的时候，那次没有赢，对。那这次的话是因为亚洲赛而来。那对我来说，这次比赛来一定要赢，对，因为我非常想去世界赛1次，完成这辈子的梦想。对于明天的比赛，我有100分的信心，我必须要赢这次比赛，完成我这辈子去世界赛的梦想。
My name is Rashanan Watanasan from Thailand. Since this is my first time, I'm expect the delicious food, nice scenery, and a great tournament here. I think I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best.
Yeah, my name is Vituvin. I'm from Thailand. I play Yu-Gi-Oh for about 10 years. Yeah, I think Singapore is amazing country. I'm here quite a few times. For tomorrow event, I'm a little bit excited and confident.
You do outro.
Sorry for the intermission. So we are now back, and this is our closing speech. Thank you all of us here for watching the Duelist Cup, and I hope you had a great time. But before that, we have one more quiz for everyone. So Kai, would you like to explain?
Yes, the second quiz is, when was the last World Championship is held?
So, all right. So right now, all of you can put in your answers in the YouTube comments right now. So we will be picking a winner from among the correct answers, and you'll be contacted through Facebook, I believe.
Yes, contact through Facebook from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Asia Facebook page. You should be sure to keep an eye on it. We'll be announcing there. And
So-
I guess this.
Yeah, this is the end of the
this is the
Duelist
end of
Cup.
Duelist Cup. So yeah, it's my pleasure to be
All
here
right.
with you. Yes.
All right, same. So I hope all of you had a great time today, and this is all from us. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you next time on our live stream.